Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Esports channel. My name is Whoopshoe. Join along today for today's action is going to be my good friend Zach Tech, walking you guys through a lot of this Rocket League action. We have 3 matches on the docket today. First up being the Eastern Eagles Maroon squad taking on UMW Esports. At the 7 o'clock spot, we have Lebanon Valley versus Howard CC Dragons. And then we also have, at the 8 o'clock spot, CMW Eagles taking on Kansas State University. So stay tuned for all those Rocket League matches, because there could be some awesome matchups, especially in particularly Zach Tech. This first matchup that we have right here, it's number 4 Eastern Eagles Maroon taking on UMW Esports. But before we get into that action, we're going to look over at the standings real quick. Zach, walk us through these standings.
Yes, thanks for these teams. At least we've got 1-1 for Eastern Eagles and 1-3 for UMW. So with these teams here standing a little bit lower on the listing here. Eastern Eagles sitting at the 4th spot, but they haven't played as many games as everyone else. They've only played 2 games as compared to the average of 3 or 4 for everybody else. So their differential, of course, not huge. Definitely going to see where they start to lie within more of these standings after this game. Are they going to maybe stay there in the middle, move up a bit, or are they going to drop down to maybe the 6th, the 7th spot, a little closer to UMW? Eastern Eagles really are here to show up, show that they are, really going to earn this middle spot. And lack of games maybe for showing up to see how good they are, but UMW here, they're trying to regain here, move their way up the ladder, as they've only gotten 1 win under their belts. It is week 5 though of, I believe, 10, so they've got some time here to work their way back up, and they can really get it done here today.
Yeah, I mean, the whole entire season wide open right here for the Eastern Eagles Maroon squad. UMW Esports B, down there in the 8th place spot, like you said, Zach. They don't want to be down there, so this is going to be a huge, crucial game, and like you said, a proving point as well for Eastern Eagles Maroon. Only a couple games under the belt. They need to establish themselves here inside the Emergent Central Atlantic League. So this is definitely a huge game for both of these teams. To just come back. UMW Esports want to get back on the docket. Lots of fans over here in the stream trying to cheer them on, trying to bring them back and centralize them to maybe move up on the ranks here. But obviously, number 1 spot, we have Hood College currently sitting at 3-0. Number 2, MCCC Mustangs sitting at 3-0 as well. Marywood University in the 3rd spot. Eastern Eagles, the team that we have here first in the docket, in the 4th place spot. Number 5, we have Mount. Help me out with this one. Aloysius College Blue.
Aloysius, I think.
Aloysius. That sounds a lot better. Currently sitting at 2-2. LBC Blue in the 6th place spot with 1-2. Number 7, Randolph Macomb Yellow Jackets 1-3. And of course, UMW Esports trying to climb their way back up at the number 8th place spot. So, hopping into today's matchup is going to be, like we talked about, a really, really good testing, proving ground for Eastern Eagles Maroon. They want to move up on the ranking as well, try to catch up to Marywood University. Winning this game right here, Zach Tech, is definitely going to do that.
Absolutely. Going 2-1 would be fantastic. Improving a differential, really helping climb that ladder. But UMW, man, this is their time to really come back, bring it up, and show that they can still really compete with this league and with this group of teams here. And that they're willing to put, a little negative tally on Eastern Eagles. They haven't got a whole lot, so UMW really got to show up here, and I think they're gonna come out with a fire here. And maybe having more experience, being 4 games into this, season over just the 2 of Eastern Eagles will be an advantage. Having that sort of experience this season, or maybe Eastern Eagles, they're just here to show up and show that they are the top dogs.
Well, this is going to be a best of 5 matchup between these 2 teams. The lobby is currently being prepared, waiting for the players to actually join inside the lobby as well. But a best of 5 matchup is always a true test of time, but at the same time, it's such a short test too, because it's not like a best of 7, where a best of 7 you can kind of go back to the drawing board. You have to win those 4 games essentially to kind of push you over that margin. A best of 5 just happens so quick. You have to be able to adapt in such a fast environment, especially an environment like Rocket League, where it's such a fast-paced game, and you kind of have to establish yourself in Rocket League, where everything's just kind of like you don't have as much downtime as what I'm trying to say, to trying to adjust your game plan. So I mean, this best of 5 series is going to be a quick, fast-paced one. These 2 teams basically have to get on the horse first, and they have to start scoring some goals first to put themselves in front, because of the fact that it's going to be such a quick matchup here, Zach.
Yeah, going on that first game, getting the first game is huge in the best of 5. However, saying it's the best of 5 is still a little middle ground between a best of 3 and best of 7. You can lose the first game and still come back and get a nice, 3-1 sweep. Not typical. You go down 2 though, it's a reverse sweep. You were immediately put on match point, no more lives.
Exactly.
That's it. So best of 5. If things get go south too quickly, it can get real hairy real fast.
Exactly. I mean, you hit the nail right in the head. As soon as you win that first game, you put yourself in such a favorable position, and unfortunately, you just kind of get to have to adapt just so fast. It's just crazy. Rocket League is just one of those games where it's just you have to be good. You have to always be on your A game, and on top of all that, you have to just be able to adapt on the fly. So, still. Right now, going to be headed into this matchup, like we said beforehand. Number 4, Eastern Eagles Maroon taking on UMW Esports B, number 8, Zech. We haven't got to the analysis just yet, but who do you think is going to win this matchup?
Well, I think Eastern Eagles have a bit of an advantage here. I think they definitely have the opportunity to show up and really beat down UMW. But at the end of the day, UMW, man, I think they've got some experience here. They're going to come in with, maybe a little more of a game plan for this season, going to this game a little bit more prepared than Eastern Eagles. So UMW, I think they're going to be able to show up and really prove themselves here. I think this is the spot where UMW, if they come out strong and come with a good game plan, they can absolutely take it.
I mean, I agree with you 100%. I really want to lean more towards the Eastern Eagle Maroon team here, just because of the fact that that they're sitting currently in that 4th place spot. They're 1-1, that perfect 500%. But at the same time, UMW Esports, like we said, they have just so much more to build on. They have more experience here in the Emergent Central Atlantic League in the conference. But at the same time, we just don't really know how Eastern Eagles Maroon are going to respond. We don't know what they're going to be capable of just yet. There's not that many games under their belt. Whereas UMW Esports, we know how they're going to respond. We know how they're going to be. And on top of that, they just have so much more room to grow, and they're hungry for it, I believe.
Yeah, UMW coming in is really a wild card, honestly. That's what it is. It's the wild card. We don't know how they're going to perform exactly. 50-50 is what the record says, so we'll have to wait and see. Right now, they do have the offensive pressure and control here, so a good setup and shot, and they're going to score first. Serby on the board.
Yeah, this is good offensive pressure right here for these two teams. Serby, in particularly, just the kickoff pressure. I talk about it time and time again here for Rocket League, just how important kickoffs are. That right there is case in point. UMW Esports take the lead early, and this is exactly what we've been talking about, Zech. UMW Esports are hungry for this win. They want it, and they start off with some fireworks.
And maintaining offensive pressure is going to be huge right now. They've had a little bit of defense here for UMW, but right now they've really kept the ball on the Eastern Eagles half of the field. Not really letting them break out whatsoever, have any control in the orange half. As I see that they do get a little bit here. There's a shot off to the backboard. It's going to roll on down. It's going to be dangerous, and it will go in. Selvy kind of put it away.
That is such a difficult shot because you're in traffic. The waterfall, the defender has to defend that perfectly. Serby was the person on the goal line there trying to keep that one out, but just too fast, too powerful is the Eastern Eagles Maroon offense right there. They equalize this one right back up and quickly. 1-1, not even a minute off the clock just yet. Both of these teams coming out with some fireworks. We have another close shot on the goal line. That's going to be saved away, though, by Maddie. Still on the offensive pressure, though, is UMW Esports. Here comes another shot. Maddie's going to save that one away. Nice advancement upfield. Going to go towards Selv. PTV Selv trying to do what they possibly can here at the midfield line. Squishy Shark trying to advance that one as well, trying to put a shot towards target. That one's not going to find its mark. Right back into the corner we go, though, Zech, and Eastern Eagles are in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, they're really trouble controlling this ball, keeping it within their grasp, putting it where they can control it. Oftentimes, more than not, UMW is slapping it around parts of the field where they just can't really get to it first. They can't maintain a pressure on it, and so UMW might get a bouncer to it off an Eagles car, but it just comes right back into UMW's hands, where they're going to take control, take some shots. But it'll bring an opportunity here for Eastern Eagles, because they're going to get some pressure. It's going to be another counterattack for UMW as they do keep up the defense, break out, looking for a double tap here. Serby puts up the backboard, a shot comes in, and Glub Stanko puts it away.
This is just a really good advancement upfield right here from Serby. Basically, just putting some pressure onto the backs of the defense here for the Eastern Eagles Maroon squad. And then, of course, you have Glupstenko, who came through with the follow-up touch. Both defenders, though, from Eastern Eagles Maroon had to commit to that double tap off the back wall. It did not work out in their favor, and Eastern Eagles are now down by 1.
Yeah, but in awkward position here. One defender back. There's a tap off the backboard. He's going to follow it up. A miss by a defender. He's going to tapped high. There's a follow-up, but the defense does keep in front of it. Nice clear away. Now Eastern Eagles have to go out of their own back half once again. Off the backboard it goes. Is there a follow-up? It will be, and UMW secures a 2-goal lead.
Now, this is just a good pass right here from Glupstenko off the back wall, but it all starts with Trill, though, in the corner, stealing that 100 boost, but more importantly, winning that 50-50 challenge from the corner. And then the follow-up touch, the commitment right there for Serbia. A lot of teams don't do that. They don't push forward like that because they already have 2 members up on the offensive side of the field. But that was just a really, really good play right there from UMW Esports, pushing up, being aggressive, and then taking the lead by 2 as well. Officially past this halfway point in this matchup. Like we talked about, UMW Esports have a lot more to prove out here. They're trying to climb the rankings from the 8th place spot.
And this is the way to kick it off. This is the way to start it. Coming out strong, 3-1 lead in game 1. I mean, you got 2 minutes left still, but right now looks like they have some really strong control and possession over this midfield, and on the far end of the field, lots of offensive pressure. A little back pass here, but Eastern Eagles, they still got time to show up here. Plenty of time to really make something happen, control it, bring it back. So UMW, they can't sit comfortable quite yet. They still have to play a strong game and keep up some good pressure.
Minute and 50 seconds left. Battle for midfield has begun. Off the back wall we go. Selv is going to go ahead and clear that one right towards midfield, and that's a mistake right here from Trill Vander, who pushes that one right back towards the midfield line. Was trying to get a pass over to the corner. Didn't really work out in their favor. And then playing some defense as well is Trill. Did a pretty decent job so far as UMW Esports defense. Trying to keep all these passing lanes closed, all these shooting lanes closed as well. Here comes a shot, or a pass, my apologies. The shot never came through for Selv. Great clear, though, from UMW Esports defense. This was going to be a follow-up touch, too, and Serbia is going to score. UMW Esports lead by 3.
Working their way down the sideline. That awkward bounce off the corner. Reads it off the backward. Awkward. Just puts it over his head, and Serbia securing the 3-goal lead for UMW. Make sure that they get a really comfy spot to go into this last minute.
Serbia, the young sophomore here for UMW. Says his favorite food is biscuits and gravy. Gotta love it. He's definitely putting some sauce out here on the pitch. I think he has a hat trick out here already. Trill advancing this one off upfield, off the back wall. Nice center. The demolition gonna come through, save the Eastern Eagles defense. But for how long? That's the question. UMW in complete control right now, only 40 seconds left.
As they approach the 32nd mark, UMW have really shown that they have a good possession of this ball, understanding of what they want to do with it, how they're connecting as a team, and moving downfield, throwing things off the backboard, quick follow-ups, and make sure they are maintaining possession and control of this ball over the Eastern Eagles. As they go into those last 15 seconds, we see it here, they're just really shutting it down in the midfield. They're stopping it all. They're reading these clears that are happening. The passing plays just are not happening for Eastern Eagles because UMW is just shutting it down partway through. It's not letting anything connect for Eastern Eagles. As they approach the last couple seconds here, it will drop, and UMW do secure game number 1.
Good first game right there for UMW Esports. Like we said before, a true test in this game number 1, and they came out swinging. 3 goals for Serbia off of 6 shots, so shooting 50%, which is, what more you can ask for, Zach. You come out here, you make a huge statement right for UMW Esports. We were talking about how aggressive they want to be. We were talking about basically, how they want to climb the ranks essentially up here in the Emergent Central Atlantic Conference. So also a really, really good start.
Strong start here, game number 1, a solid 4-1 lead. That's the way you want to really kick it off. And UMW looking like they really want to grind out, really climb these rankings, try to pull down these Eastern Eagles, show them who's the boss. And now going to game number 2, they have this momentum. If they can secure a match point here, they've got 3 more tries then to really just make it happen. So securing this game number 2 would be huge to make sure they can secure this series.
Yeah, on top of that, Eastern Eagles Maroon have to find a response, for Serbi and this high-powered offense that UMW is presenting to them right now. They basically have to go back to the drawing board with their defense. They've been double committing quite a bit as well and not getting some of these far clears that we're typically used to seeing from from the defense. Basically, just that's what's really going to save them with a lot of the defensive efforts that the Eastern Eagles Maroon defense has been struggling with. UMW had been capitalizing on that, though. They really have been taking full-on advantage of some of the mistakes that they have been making. So if the mistakes from Eastern Eagles Maroon could be pretty much cut to a minimum, then basically they're not going to allow some of those mistakes. But as we hop into game number 2, we're going to see another huge crucial mistake right here for Eastern Eagles Maroon. UMW take the lead early, only about 6 seconds off the clock.
And it's those interception of passes and clears that really UMW have been able to put together and make happen. Just reading these attempts from Eastern Eagles, being aware of what they're trying to do, and just intercepting it. There they go again. Interception of the pass, the shot on target, but defender was there. UMW maintaining possession, something off the ceiling, perhaps to the backboard. Is there a teammate to follow up? There is, but the shot will go wide.
Still in trouble right now is Eastern Eagles. They do get a 50-50 over into the corner. They should have a good, decent clear here. A little bit of a mistouch off the sidewall, though, as Self. This one's into the corner as well, over on the blue half of the field. Still, Eastern Eagles trying to escape, but the pressure for UMW Esports just mounting. Off the sidewall we go. Here comes Serbi. Good challenge early on initially from the defense right here from Eastern Eagles, but the follow-up touch is still going to keep this pressure on to the Eastern Eagles defense. They do escape narrowly. UMW Esports now on the offensive end. Here comes the shot. The double commitment from UMW is going to result in this goal.
Little pass center. The follow-up is there. Right over the two defenders who double commit, and I make sure it's a tied-up game here. Eastern Eagles putting one up on the board to make sure they are keeping up the UMW here in game number 2.
It's been back and forth action this whole entire time. For the most part, I mean, I know game number 1 kind of got a little out of control with a 4-1 victory, but thinking back before that, it was only 2-1. It was still going back and forth, and there was a couple of opportunities out there for Eastern Eagles, but basically, the longer this one goes on, the more and more these two teams are going to figure each other out. Because it's going to come down to those crucial mistakes, and the opportunities are going to present themselves. There's a good defensive play off the backboard. I believe that was Maddie who saved that one away. Here comes Squishy Shark now, pushes it over to the left side. That one's going to be hit upfield accidentally, I believe, from the UMW Esports defense. Serbi trying to get everything going here for the offense. Had himself a hat trick in that first game. Trying to replicate that success. Into the corner. Good save once again from Eastern Eagles. Forced to back up as the defense, or the offense now of UMW.
UMW really making sure they've got this control here, trying to shut down, but Eastern Eagles, they have got some good passing plays going now. They're able to play a little bit faster and get some little physical play in here as well. Trying to get some play on and off the ball, making it happen off the backboard. Here they go. Can't quite follow up to make it happen. UMW able to clear it out, but now Eastern Eagles are finding control in some space here, trying to find each other, and that's what they really need to do here is just find that space where they can control the ball, keep it out of UMW's hands, and they can really make it happen here.
The halfway point in this matchup has come and gone. Good save initially from UMW, but that's a huge mistake right there. Squishy Shark is going to go ahead and solidify this goal for Eastern Eagles, putting them up 2-1 now. And it's just a great read and a mistouch off the left-hand side of the defense from UMW Esports. Fantastic
read. Eastern Eagles now securing their first lead of the series here. 2 minutes left. It's not the largest lead ever. I mean, it's the smallest lead possible, a 1-goal lead. But it's enough as that double commit will make it dangerous here. A quick turn might have opportunity here, but does go off to the side. Touch off the sidewall, not quite. Try control from the midfield. UMW is moving downfield. Offers something off the backboard here, but does get cleared out. Eastern Eagles trying to shut down this offensive attack. A pass to the center will not happen quite yet, but the defense is there to control it.
Approaching 90 seconds now left in this ball game. UMW down by 1. need to start to get some of this offense going. The success that we've seen in game number 1 really hasn't flourished just yet here in game number 2, but we know it's capable. We know that they have the offensive capability to come back from a 1-goal deficit. It's just a matter of Eastern Eagles. They're going to lock down on defense. They're going to start to do some more on the offensive end as well. Good challenge right here from Squishy Shark. Going to be cleared away into the corner. A shot attempt coming through as well. Going to be saved away from Maddie. That was Scurvy, my apologies. Here comes Glupstanko now. Gathers that 100 boost. Nice advancement upfield. UMW offense working really, really well together right now. Just a shot just hasn't come through just yet. Here comes an opportunity, a 1v3 situation, but a far clear from Squishy Shark is going to save this one and keep Eastern Eagles up by 1.
The defensive clears for Eastern Eagles now have been really good. There's been strong power into space where they can try to control it here. But just that follow through the midfield, these passing plays that just right now aren't quite connecting. They found a couple here and there. They found some good passes, but some of the control, some of the finer touches just haven't quite been there yet. As they warm up here for game 1 and game 2, we're going to have to see if can they refine it enough to have that control on the ball over UMW. The shot is going to the backboard. Wait the last 10 seconds. Is there a counter opportunity for UMW? This will be the last drive opportunity. A bounce high. It goes back. There's one defender, 2 attackers, but off to the side. We hit 0 seconds. It will drop. Eastern Eagles secure game number 2.
That was such a good last-ditch effort right there from UMW, but ultimately does not work out in their favor. You know, like you said, that double commitment right there was the biggest problem, the biggest issue that they really had, that they kind of had to, you know, work with towards the tail end of that ball game. But we did see a huge resurgence from Eastern Eagles Maroon here, Zach Tech. We saw very, very good defense. They started playing into some of these passing lanes. They started getting a lot of these shot attempts outside the box and taking things away, controlling that midfield line, etc., etc. We just saw a whole different for Eastern Eagles Maroon team here in this game number 1 that we've seen in comparison to game number 2.
That's what you want to see out of them, stepping up, showing that they are, you know, the 4 seed right now for a reason, that they have what it takes to show up and compete here with UMW. Say, all right, you got game 1, cool, we'll take game 2, we bring back our direction, we take this momentum, and now we can redirect it. The fact that they could take the momentum away from UMW is huge, because game 1 momentum can be huge for a team. So now they've evened the playing field here. They've made it a best of 3.
Yeah, we talked about this before inside the caster booth. We were talking about how quickly you have to make some adjustments here in Rocket League, and this is only a best of 5 series. Of course, now the series is tied up 1-1, but I really feel like Eastern Eagles definitely went back to the drawing board. They definitely started responding to the high caliber offense that UMW was starting to have. Now it's UMW's turn to go back to the drawing board and try to come up with some different type of offense here in game number 3. So we're going to see if they can rise to the challenge, or the Eastern Eagles going to soar higher.
Matty Gwynch trying to put it center for a teammate here. Selvey not able to take control here. Is now a breakaway play for UMV. Off to the sidewall. It's going to try to tap center off the backboard. They found some good connections here, but the defense will get up for it here. Eastern Eagles able to get up in front of it, get some good bumps here. UMW can't quite find that last touch yet to clear away, and Matty again to clear this away, take it down the sidewall. Can't get past the midfield line, though.
Interesting stat from game number 2. Squishy Shark was the only player on the Eastern Eagles side of the field who actually had 2 shots. The only player that actually had shots at all was Squishy Shark, and he actually walked away with both of the goals to win them that game number 2 as well. Over the side of the field, he had a total of 4 shots for UMW Esports. Only one of them finding their marker. That was Glupstanko. So not really too many opportunities. Like I said, the defense really stepped up in that game number 2 for both teams. But there's still a lot of missed opportunities right there for UMW Esports. Here comes the opportunity, though. Scurvy. That one's saved away by the defense of Eastern Eagles. The follow-up touch right now from Glupstanko. Good center. Nobody there to receive it, though.
So control for Eastern Eagles here now. They're trying to get it out of their own half. They've been stuck here on the defensive line, but they've stayed strong. The defensive rotation has been good. They haven't been double committing. They've maintained some good boost control. But they still are stuck on their own half. There's no one quite able to get it out. But here we go. He's got full boost and a dream getting through. Can't get past the last man, but will steal the boost. They are both up, but it does go over to the far side. Eastern Eagles do maintain the defensive control here through the midfield now. Can they find anything? But no. Back to Skirby. And he's going to take it down to the midfield. Past the last man. No, the touch is there. And Eastern Eagle is just staying alive.
I mean, the longer this one goes on, the more even it gets, and the more of a battle we have here for the fans. Still a 0-0 ball game. This one might change, though. Huge save on the goal line. That was Selv. Off the back wall now. Maybe a mistake. Maddie's going to save that one away, too. Back-to-back shots ringing through for UMW. Eastern Eagles defense have responded, though, keeping this a 0-0 ball game. This has been the closest we've seen so far, Tech. Still a scoreless game, only 2 minutes left.
That's if one of these teams really make that shot count. We've seen him make it happen here. Squishy Shark puts it away again. We said last game he was 2 for 2, but now he's putting away the 1, and that might be the golden goal for this game. But the quick follow-up, great shot.
Just a mistake as well on the defensive end for UMW. A double commitment that came through that left the net wide open for Squishy Shark to shoot that one through. Once again, it's going to come down to the minor mistakes as to who's going to win this ball game. So far, UMW has had a little bit more mistakes on the defensive end that left a couple of doors open for Eastern Eagles to just walk right through. This offensive attack's not going to find any sort of movement just yet. Trill gonna try to bring this one up. Nice pass midfield. The shot fired from a cannon. The cannon's name was Glupstanko.
Flying high through the sky, up from midfield, slams it home like a Michael Jordan slam dunk. Great job, and we are tied up with just a minute and a half left. What a way to bring it together.
Huge offensive segment right there for UMW. Working together as a team, getting past this Eastern Eagles defense, catching them off guard just slightly. Trill Vander was trying to keep this pressure right back onto the defense from Eastern Eagles, but that ball was quickly intercepted from the Eastern Eagles. Almost 60 seconds remaining. Here comes another shot attempt coming through for UMW. Double demolition on the pitch. Give me the 2v2 for a little bit of time. Actually, it was a 3v1 situation. Eastern Eagles were down 2 players in the defensive end of the field, and then they still didn't get scored on by UMW.
Eastern Eagles trying to break out of their own half here. Flying through the midfield. That's past the last defensive man. The net might be open here, but no, the defense gets back in time to take it away. And now Salvi going to leave it for a teammate here, Maddie, but now it's punt center. What a redirect here. Can anyone follow it up off the sidewall? No. Teammate will go back for boost, so it's up to UMW try to control it here. But Selvy's going to pressure the issue, try to get it out of center. Is there anyone there to follow it up? Not quite, but the defense misses. It's up high, but top up to the side, and there's some crazy flying around here. Some misses that could have been capitalized on, but both teams just respecting each other, giving a little too much space, and no one's able to really capitalize on some of these mistakes.
Final seconds ticking away. Looking at a potential overtime game. Maddie going to try to go ahead and get this one done in regulation. The shot coming through, taken away though by Trill Vander at the midfield, or at the goal line, I should say. Lands at the midfield line, and we are indeed heading to a game number 3 overtime. Only a 1-1 ball game so far. UMW looking really good on offense and on defense. Eastern Eagles looking exactly the same. This one can go either way here in OT, Zach.
Eastern Eagles, they had some good looks. They had some great passes through the midfield, some high-flying opportunities, but UMW have shown that they can really put on some pressure and make some double taps happen. The bump comes through the physical play, but it is off the mark. That may be what they need to take it home. They have an opportunity here still, looking for some more bumps. They just pushed out, though, through the midfield, and Matty has to recollect in his own half.
45 seconds into OT. Eastern Eagles had a couple of opportunities. They're right back to work, though, on the offensive end of the field. This one's going to be off the back wall. Good takeaway right here from Serby. The advancement as well coming through for UMW Esports, so they escape once again on the defensive end. They're trying to establish their footing here on the offensive end. Eastern Eagles, though, battling back. This is a mistake right here from Maddie. Serby off the back wall into the corner. Covered up very well from the defense. That was Selv, keeping the hopes and dreams alive of pretty much putting UMW onto match point. Whoever wins this one is officially going to be on match point, by the way. Minute and 30 seconds now into OT. This is as close as it possibly gets. Both teams just looking like they can win this matchup. This shot! Oh my God!
Oh!
Find its way through. That is TTV Selv, who's going to get the game winner here in OT.
Matty with the fake and Selv with the lob. Just up and over, puts it in. And Eastern Eagles secure it in overtime. They go up 2-1 in the series.
And on top of that, another person stepping up here for the Eastern Eagles. Only game number 2 basically was Squishy Shark. That was the player that we were watching. But now we have another person who entered the arena for Eastern Eagles, and that is TTV Selv, who had some shots here in game number 3. Basically walking away with 2 shots. Squishy Shark, though, still having 3 shots, only 1 goal. So a little bit of success there. But UMW Esports, they need to step up on the offensive end of the field. They had a lot of opportunities, a lot of shots that kind of came through. Just didn't have any success in the offensive end here, Zach. 1 for 6 was Glupstenko. 0 for 1 was Trill. And then Serby was 0 for 4. That player, thinking back to game number 1, who actually had a hat trick. So UMW Esports, a little bit of trouble right now in the offensive end.
Yeah, UMW, they have these opportunities. They're making their way downfield, but they're just not capitalizing. They don't have the follow-up there to really make it happen, to put home. The second man just isn't quite there. And the defense just needs to come a little bit together. I've seen some double commits here, some openings that have allowed Eastern Eagles to come through, but they just need to really, clinch it up in the midfield, have these follow-ups, and maybe put on some speed. I think the physical play, honestly, is what's going to maybe secure the win for one of these two teams. We saw it near the end of that last game, but as to go here in game number 3, it might be the deciding factor.
But we saw, just hopping into game number 4 right here, we saw the offense of UMW Esports once again knocking on the door from Eastern Eagles. Squishy Shark gonna get the first goal here in game number 4. It all came from this pressure right here from Selv. Just the backboard, the bump, the sheer amount of awkwardness when it came to the rotation. All of those things just gave Eastern Eagles the lead.
That physical play, like I said, it might be with the difference and deciding factor of this game. Eastern Eagles putting it into play here for the first goal. Now can UMW answer? They get a bump of their own. It'll go in. Glupstenko puts it in off that demo to clear the way.
Yeah, I think you were right about that too. They need to be a little bit more physical on the goal line. Need to be a little bit more physical on offense in general. And this is the result of that right here. Glupstenko just came through with the follow-up touch, courtesy of that demolition. Now we have ourselves a tie ball game. And I was going to say, we did see a little bit of offensive success when we first hopped into this ball game. That was Skirby who had the first initial shot in this game, but it was saved away by the Eastern Eagles defense. That time and that moment has come and gone now. Officially 1 minute off the clock. Back to a 1-1 scoreline we go. And this is just so close, Zach. Either team could take this.
Both these teams locked in and ready to roll. It's a little bump passing play. Eastern Eagles, they make it work. Putting on the pressure still. There's a foul here from Matty, but again, Serby's up for it now. Trill taking it downfield off to the side. The backboard looking for a double touch to center. Then another foul for the shot. It goes the backboard once again. Another foul, perhaps under the crossbar it goes, and Skirby secures goal number 2.
This is just a really, really good individual attempt right here from Skirby to come up like we talked about before and be really, really aggressive in this situation. Glupstenko, of course, putting that pressure onto the backs of Eastern Eagles, which really resulted in this goal and left the door open right there. But at the same time, it had to be from that awareness from the UMW Esports offense, and particularly Skirby, to give them this lead and keep their dreams alive to force this game number 5 here. Almost 2 minutes now off the clock. TTV Selv going to bring this one upfield. Into the corner we go. That one's going to be taken away by Skirby once again. Squishy Shark keeping that pressure right there towards that midfield line. Here comes a shot from Squishy Shark as well. Another goal from Squishy Shark. This one is slotted away at midfield.
Oh, the quick turn, the quick shot. Squishy put it past the defense, just wasn't quite ready. Didn't expect him to just go for it off the bat, puts it home on an awkward defense. Now a tied-up game, and we're only 2 minutes in.
Absolutely ridiculous performance right now from both of these teams. Regardless of who wins this matchup, this was a heck of a game. And the solo play from Squishy Shark. I believe that's his hat trick. A fake out from the defender right here at midfield. Dribbles this one by. Uses that 12 boost to push it past. All three members right now on the UMW Esports side are scratching their heads, asking what just happened.
Straight juked is what just happened. He's looking for another one. The double touchdown. Oh, that would have been absolutely beautiful. But it's up to Maddie here to have some control. Now on the defense, Selvy's got to read this one off the backboard. And now he's going to control out there with his own half here. It's up. Squishy Shark doesn't have any boost to work with. Just got to hope a teammate is there to help him out. He's off the post. That is so dangerous. It goes high, but the defense is there for it. Squishy trying to battle with Skirby here. Skirby will get it off the corner in there to follow up. Pass one, pass two, and Skirby puts it in. We are all tied up again.
Yeah, Skirby is activated right now. He's rising to the occasion. This 1v1 between Skirby and Squishy Shark is just a thing of beauty to watch on the pitch. Squishy Shark with the hat trick so far. I'm not too sure. I think Skirby might actually have a hat trick as well. Actually, no, Glupstanko had that first goal for UMW. My apologies, but Skirby is definitely hunting for that hat trick, and he's going to probably have to get one in order for UMW Esports to stay alive here. But at the same time, Eastern Eagles can easily win this ball game. UMW are knocking on the door. Glupstanko trying to get past this defense here of the Eastern Eagles. Here comes Maddie trying to challenge that one early. Good save off the back wall is Squishy Shark. The pressure is still on though, Zach.
Now Selvy off the ceiling looking for that touch to get past the defender. There's some control there, but Selvy really taking it back. Going to steal the boost, leave it for a teammate here to challenge. But Skirby's going to win it, keep it going downfield, maybe leave for a teammate. No, it's one through the midfield. But UMW is still maintaining control and pressure here. They're trying to really bring it forward. But Eagles, the defense has really shored up. The armor has been locked in and locked on. And now Eagles trying to make something happen here. But there's a control on the goal line that could have been dangerous. But they do get it out to the halfway mark.
Almost 60 seconds left now in this ball game. UMW Esports trying to get this one done in regulation. Glupstanko, a little bit of an awkward touch off the sidewall. That one's going to find itself towards midfield, but it's going to be quickly gathered up by Eastern Eagles. Now here comes an opportunity right now for Tro Vander. Try to set up a pass. Try to set this offense as well for UMW Esports. Maddie at midfield. Good takeaway right here is Serby. Off the backboard we go. Some great defense being played right now. Here comes a counterattack maybe for Eastern Eagles. Only 30 seconds left. Both of these teams trying to get this one done in regulation.
Now Eagles trying to make a turn here. UMW really pressing. The Eagles are going to break out. This might be the last play of regulation time as we hit the last 10 seconds here. Quick counter for UMW over to a teammate. Skirby is there. Can't quite get the shot or the pass. Bounces high into the midfield. It's Glupstanko to the backboard. Is there a follow-up? It's down, and we have overtime.
That was such a good push right there towards the tail end from UMW. They just could not keep it up. They had the door wide open, though. Here comes Maddie. Ooh, good takeaway, though, from Glupstanko. Squishy Shark right back to work, maybe trying to hunt for another goal here. That would be his fourth goal for Eastern Eagles. Once again, the defense being tested for UMW Esports. Like far clear. This one could be dangerous. Off the backboard. Can't read it. It's Selv, and there it is. Skirby gets his hat trick in OT and also keeps the hopes and dreams alive. There's a game number 5.
Going all the way to game number 5. Skirby puts it in past the defense. Couldn't quite read it. Awkward positioning there off the backboard. And that's how UMW gets it done every time. Using that backboard to their advantage. The fourth man passer, putting it through. And, man, both these teams are just fighting heart and soul for this victory.
This is just ridiculous to watch right now. We talked about how close this matchup was, how important this matchup was as well, and this is the exclamation point because we have arrived. Destination best of 5, and this is game number 5 right here. Just want to remind everybody, this is number 4 Eastern Eagles taking on the number 8 UMW Esports B squad. So, I mean, just a heck of a matchup, and we have 2 outstanding players so far, Zach, especially thinking back to that game number 4. Skirby, hat trick, 6 shots. And then on the opposite end of the pitch, you have Squishy Shark, who had himself, once again, perfect. 3 for 3. 3 goals off of 3 shots. But I feel like Eastern Eagles had some missed opportunities out there. He could have easily scored his 4th goal.
There were some, definitely missed opportunities there. Some passes through the center that just no follow-up there. The rotations were so deep through the backfield that it gave up that midfield to UMW to break out, to make that counterattack play, and it just broke down Eagles in the end, gave it up in overtime, and now game 5, they got to make it happen here.
Yeah, on top of that, I mean, UMW has to have a response here for Squishy Shark. He scored a couple of goals from pretty far away, about the halfway point, about midfield line, where he kind of just took advantage of the defensive rotation there from UMW Esports. So UMW has to rise to the occasion, but thinking hopping into this game number 5, Zach, who do you think has the advantage here? Who do you think is going to, pretty much pull this one through?
I got to think that it is UMW. I mean, it started off strong. They've played strong through all games. We've had, 2 overtimes now that they just, lost one, won another. It's been back and forth. And UMW, though, I think they just look as a team more cohesive and have players who can just really get some work done on their own and as a team.
Well, for the competitive spirit, I'm going to go with Eastern Eagles, but Trill Vander is going to score the first goal for UMW Esports, and I think that actually might be his first goal of the series. I want to go ahead and say that that is true. So it's going to be a problem here for Eastern Eagles if we start to see a surge of some goals from players other than Skirby, because of the fact that they're just so used to Skirby being that front person, that person that has been scoring so far for UMW. So if you start to shut him down, that just negates the whole entire offense. But then you're going to have a resurgence here of the offense from the other 2 members on the pitch right now. So Eastern Eagles, a little bit of trouble here, especially being down 1-0 early.
If the rest of UMW gets activated on the offense, if Skirby no longer has a main offensive force, it becomes a 3-pronged attack. Eagles are going to be struggling through the entire rest of this game as they get removed from the field, but the defense isn't quite there. Selby going to put it on in, equalizing from the midfield line.
Yeah, Selby just unfortunate. Or not Selby, my apologies. Selby very fortunate. UMW Esports, their defense just unfortunate. Another long shot coming through, and this one isn't courtesy of Squishy Shark, it's courtesy of Selby. So once again, another player being activated that's going to go ahead and just equalize the ball game, but on top of that, just activate the offense for both of these teams, because we're so used to just seeing Squishy Shark and we're so used to seeing Skirby score. Now there's other people out here scoring as well, and you're starting to see the pace of play being picked up.
Good shots out of Skirby, and now his teammates helping out with the clear downfield. Means Eastern Eagles have an opportunity here. It's popped high. That's dangerous. Squishy Shark, he's been a main player here for the offense. It's off the backboard once again. The 3rd man follow-up. It's a 1-2-3. Maddie gets up, putting it home.
Wow. Maddie. Huge heads-up play right here. We've seen this time and time again from UMW Esports. The triple commitment to the offensive end works out in the Eastern Eagles offense here, pushing them ahead, and this is just another member for the Eastern Eagles that has been activated. I think that might be Maddie's first goal of the series as well, and it happens here in game number 5. So a couple of names we haven't really been talking about just yet have been scoring for both of these teams. A little bit of problems right now for UMW, but they're going right back to work. Double commitment, though, on the offensive end for UMW. Going to leave Trill and company in an awkward situation on the rotation back through Selby. Couldn't quite get the pass going. That one's taken away. Here comes Skirby once again off the back wall. This one's going to linger. Can it find its way through? It does. Trill Vander going to score another goal right here for Trill. That's 2 But more importantly, Zach, it's going to equalize this ball game.
Oh, the soft touch just got the defense. The patience to wait for the two to go by flying by. And the equalizer, it is down. It is coming down to the wire. And both these teams are just coming alive right now.
Absolute fireworks show right now. Absolute fireworks show. 2 minutes remaining in this ball game. Looking at another potential overtime. It would be the third overtime matchup between both of these teams. Almost a mistake right there from Selby. Taking that one across your net is always a dangerous situation. Squishy Shark trying to challenge that one early. Maddie finally getting the far clear. It's going to be a 3v2 awkward situation. Glup Stanko had to go up in the air for that one. Selby was trying to read the dunk. And had he made contact, that one would have probably went into the UMW Esports nets. Here comes Selby, though, trying to get the job done himself. The double touch, not going to find its way through, but the follow-up touch from Squishy Shark is indeed going to give the lead over to the Eastern Eagles.
Selby making it so dangerous, and Squishy Shark, the finisher, the offensive MVP for Eagles, just putting it home, and they take the lead here. 1.5 minutes left. UMW got to fight for every inch they can get.
Right back to work, though, as the Eastern Eagles offense. They're trying to get that nice cushion in front of UMW. We haven't really seen too many opportunities just yet for UMW on the offensive end. The Eastern Eagles have been pretty much backing them up onto the defensive end so far. It's been there. There's been a couple opportunities, but not too many. Skirby in the corner. Maddie gonna pop that one right back towards. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
I'm not sure if that was a tactical whiff or not, but regardless, it's gonna be saved away. Maddie on the follow-up touch, gonna be denied as well. Under 60 seconds to go now. UMW Esports has some ground to carry on.
Eastern Eagles on the defensive line. 40 seconds left. They have to hold strong here. The attacks are coming in. The UMW have to push strong. They have to throw everything downfield right now in this last 30 seconds. Otherwise, they may give it up. The shot, though, comes in, and Squishy Shark secures a 2-goal lead. And that might be the nail in the coffin.
Indeed, it might be 2 goals. The way that the defense right now from Eastern Eagles have been playing might just be the deciding factor. 30 seconds, though. This kickoff going to be so crucial in favor right now of UMW Esports. This is an awkward situation. The pass over to the left-hand side going to be off the mark and off the backboard as well. That could have been huge. Now short time remaining. You're going to see Eastern Eagles now just stall the clock out, especially being up 2 goals. Another offensive chance right now for UMW to try to maybe get something going. They need to score fast, though. Only 5 seconds left. That one's saved away to the right-hand side. Skirby, demolition, not going to be enough. And the Eastern Eagles come back and win this game, number 5. But a heroic effort right there from UMW Esports.
Eastern Eagles pulling through. UMW started so strong, and they looked so offensively powerful, but Eastern Eagles broke them down. They regained control and possession and just found the holes in the UMW defense, and they just secured, locked in, and just found the cracks, pulled that armor apart, and just went for it.
That was just such a good series between both of these teams, and we were expecting UMW to win this matchup, and they definitely fought hard, especially forcing that game number 5, but ultimately Eastern Eagles Maroon just too strong. The offense, everybody getting involved here in game number 5 to pretty much solidify this win here for the Eagles. So Zach, ridiculous game, ridiculous performance, especially out of Squishy Shark. Pretty much you talked about it, the MVP of this matchup. Walk us through final thoughts. What's your thoughts here? Eastern Eagles versus UMW Esports.
I mean, Squishy Shark coming through for his team so quick on those turnaround plays, the quick turns, the fast attacks, just catching UMW off guard out of position. Really just was the capitalization that they needed to make it work here. But his team also stepping up on the defense in the midfield, making sure it happened. Those double taps, the passing plays to set it up. They made it happen as a team. In UMW, they try to keep up. They had such good attacks, but Skirby at the end of the day, one of their MVPs for the offense, just couldn't quite make it happen. They just couldn't capitalize on the opportunities they had. At the end of the day, Eagles just bringing it home by a hair, but they brought it home.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it was such a close matchup. It was pretty much a coin toss the whole entire time, and basically it was just came down to the minor mistakes from the defense and the offense here for Eastern Eagles and from UMW. There was just so many opportunities for both sides. This one could go either way, and I'm itching to kind of see the matchup. Hopefully they bring us back both here for the matchup in the future, but definitely the advantage goes over to the Eastern Eagles right now. UMW, this is such a team, like we said, Zach, that has so much potential, so much, going on for them that they basically can just flip-flop their whole entire season, and pretty much make a run for the playoffs here. But at the same time, just a heartbreak central right here for UMW Esports. We thought for sure that they were going to pull this one out, just did not work out in their favor. Eastern Eagles too strong, moving to 2-1, by the way, onto the season. UMW going to be falling to the 1-4 spot. But I think that is going to conclude our time here on the stream. We do have some more matchups for you guys later on. I think the original matchups that we did have for you guys on the stream actually got canceled. We do have some more matchups later on, though. Chef Billy as well as Foof are going to be walking you guys through that action. One confirmed spot at the 8 p.m. spot, though, is going to be Hastings versus Pitt State Gorillas. So stay tuned for some more Rocket League action. My name has been Whoopshoe. This has been Zach Tech. Zach, any final thoughts?
Thank you all for coming. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. Watch these more matches. These are going to be fantastic. It's going to be great. And, give Chef Billy and Foof some love. They are some fantastic casters. So tune on in. It's going to be fantastic.
And once again, shout out to our lovely producer, Camcom. Shout out to our observer as well, Polaroid Studios. We appreciate you guys so very, very much, making us, look good, sound good, feel good, and getting these lobbies set up here for the players, making our jobs a little bit easier out here to be just casters. So we thank you guys very, very much for joining us, but don't go anywhere. We have some more Rocket League action for you guys.
Hi.
Wait, Chef?
Hi.
What are you doing here?
Well, I was coming to do a little Rocket League. I mean, well, I just got a little
we
bit.
were supposed to do that, weren't we? Hi.
Hi.
That's Chef Billy. This is the NECC Week 5. Now, if you, like me, were expecting a 7 o'clock game, unfortunately, it shan't happen. As, by rule, Lebanon Valley is going to get the 3-0 victory as Howard CC did not show up. And so, unfortunately, no game to be played there, but a win is had.
Unfortunate. It happens. Maybe they had classes or something else like that.
The biggest
I don't
boss in
know.
all of college esports.
The rule book.
No, scheduling conflict, Billy.
Oh.
How dare you come through with this? Ouch.
Hey, I call it how it is. All right, and I mean, it does happen though. I mean, scheduling is really hard for these colleges, so we understand. Hopefully, they'll be able to get it rescheduled for the future. But it is going to be a Lebanon Valley 3-0. I was looking forward to seeing this because they've got a rivalry going on.
Did.
And I mean, Lebanon Valley came in 4-0 and really have been tested a few times this season. They've had a 3-2 last week. That they did take the victory in Game 5 fashion. They had a couple 3-1s and then one sweep in week number 3. So, I mean, as we enter into week 5 here, they're going to be looking very good for the end of the season playoffs here in the Challengers Central Atlantic Division.
Well, it's all about going forward, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. So, moving forward, looking forward to the next game on our docket. It is going to be the 8 p.m. match, Hastings versus the Pitt State Gorillas. So, stay tuned, stay where you're at, because you're going to be seeing this face and that wonderful face over there yelling at some Rocket League in a short bit. I'm Foof, that's Chef, this is NECC. We'll be back.
brisk, chilling air is calling, and out there we're free to run and jump and live so wildly. Head first we'll go tumbling through places unknown, with nothing but the stars to light our way. And though the sun may set at night, tomorrow looks so bright. 'Cause home is when you're by my side. No matter what we do, together we'll see it through. And I hope that we won't drift apart,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NECC Week 5 Rocket League action. My name is Foof, the gentleman to my right technically, but my left on my actual direction. That is Jeff Billy, and we have actual Rocket League to be played coming here right at 8 o'clock Eastern.
We do, and I'm super happy to be here for that, and we're going to see how this goes down between Hastings Crimson and the Pittsburgh State Gorillas, kind of local team to me, about 2 hours to the northwest of me, just over the border from Missouri and Kansas. I am in southwest Missouri, so very local team. I see a lot of Pitt State Gorilla bumper stickers around here, so I don't know. It's going to be a good thing here for all the teams concerned, but you know what? We're looking at how they are sitting up right now, and Hastings coming in 2-1 on the season, and then after that, Gorillas coming in 1-3. So they need to get themselves back into their winning ways, and I want to see how they do this. Now they took a 1-3 defeat last week versus University of Wisconsin Whitewater, their black team, and we didn't get a report about last week's matchup between ISU Redbirds red team and Hastings Crimson. So they could be 3-1, they could be 2-2. They might be able to skip themselves.
You know, we'll have to see how that one comes through. But again, having a 3-1 on the week before for both of these teams, they know how to win. They know how to get it done. It's just about getting it all together. And so looking at both of these squads, first taking a gander over to see the lineup. I believe for Hastings Crimson, I'm excited to see what trio they bring to us, because when you talk about a team that is 2-1, possibly 2-2 or 3-1, you've got Big Jit, you've got Bloody Combat, and you've got Slothy, all sophomores. So all of them in that same age bracket, at least, mentally wise, all together. And so this could be a team that they keep together for a long time.
I mean, this could really begin the genesis for them, and maybe getting themselves up into a higher division as well. You love to see when they are together, and the same year in college. Kind of a wash across their majors as well. Business administration, finance and business. I guess those two go together. But exercise science, Bloody Combat. I'd be scared for a exercise science major that's named Bloody Combat. And now, as we take a look at the Gorillas lineup out of Pittsburgh, Kansas, we will see how they light up here for today's match. And once I said, once again, 1-3 coming in. Gimme's Gaming will be here on them. Aster and frequently Jones. Lots of senior leadership here. Lots of upperclassmen. I love the fine arts. I love the fine arts. I was a chef. I was a chef for many years. I was going to be a band teacher. That's what I really wanted to be with in my life. So I love seeing art majors. But 2 juniors and a senior here for Pitt State. Like I said, kind of a close school to me here in the nation's heartland. So I give a little bit of regional love here. But you know what? We'll see what Hastings has to offer here up against the Gorillas. I really want to see what the Gorillas come out here with. We got going on. And we've been looking, Foof, I've been looking at a 2-2 or a 2-1 and then a 1-1-1 setup across a lot of the collegiate competitions that I've been casting here.
Go on.
So, midfield pressure, gotta be there right from the outset. You've got to control resources there. You've got to be willing to go all in on your 50s, especially at the midfield, whether it be on the pitch or if it's up in the air. I think that's really going to dictate what kind of tempo, what kind of tenor this game is going to start out with.
Well, it really just comes down to who gets the, I think, most aggressive play, be it a bump, be it a demo, be it something else. But right now, 5 minutes on the clock, possibly 5 games to be played. You've got Hastings Crimson in the blue and the Pitt State Esports Gorillas in the orange. Woo. An early shot here from Frequently Jones, frequently finding that got Slothy running straight ahead. He can't find the touch. But a beautiful setup gets a 1-0 lead for Hastings.
Crimson there just reads the play and gets a nice little redirect there. Like I said, midfield control is going to be important. Well, that was a touch right at the midfield line, and they find the joy overcommittal there from Gorillas on the first play of the game, and they get punished for it. So is that going to put them in the back of the mind saying, oh, man, we can't go forward because we've got to be ready defensively?
Well, you need to be careful right now. It's more backboard pressure, but give me some. Getting some himself. Get another 50 win here, but still more pressure. Combat looking midfield, but it's swayed by the Gorillas. Now 2 in the air. Aster can't find it, but the shot's going to come off and stays off, though. Frequently unable to bury it. Give me some. Can't get it there. Now another pass midfield. Frequently Jones can't find it. That's going to be another shot to the back of the net, and bloody Combat. Again, I don't know if he wanted the shot, but he took it, and it's a 2-0 lead.
I mean, got the touch off the wall there, and I'm just looking to center the ball, basically, and gets the bounce shot to go in. So, once again, rotation issues here for Pittsburgh State. They need to be aware that when they don't score the goal, and I thought that they probably thought that it was going in. Well, that almost went in as well from frequently Jones. That they really do need to clean it up here on rotation. That's going to be a triple commit. Oh my lord! Everybody whiffed on that. Slothy putting the dagger there.
Well, Chromosome just said get big. He wins past 2 players, and Slothy, he didn't get the touch on the first one, but collecting on the third. I believe, if my very short time here, that means everyone has now found the back of the net for Hastings Crimson in the first minute of this best of 5.
I mean, first minute hat trick lead, that is something very daunting here. Now, let's see what kind of the mental that the Gorillas have here going forward. I mean, they've had a couple of shots on goal that, by all rights and means should have gone in. So, that's got to bump with the mental right now. There's a good positioning there. They got the rotation back in time for that. But, I mean, they're going to have to really collapse in on themselves here and figure out how they're going to deal with the pressure coming in. Because right now, Hastings look very clean. They're kind of running that 1-1-1 that I was talking about.
Well, straight line offense and defense doesn't go very well. It's about spreading the field out, having control on the ball, but also knowing how to move the defense around. And this has been a good strength of Crimson as they have found the backboard. They have moved the defense around. They found the open nets, be it in the transitional plays. Now the Gorillas trying to slow it down here. So dribble turned away. Frequently Jones, he's found both posts, not the back of the net yet, but still so much of this game left with 185 seconds left. That's a beautiful bury. Frequently Jones coming from the ceiling to make that one happen.
I mean, give me some right there. That was a beautiful pop-up there. I mean, they had pressure in their face and this little kiss from Frequently Jones. That's gonna put balm for the wounds that they have been inflicted against them so far. Now it's just a 2-goal deficit, only 2 minutes off the clock.
Well, just a bit off the board here, and perhaps another going through as Slothy already finds it, and it looked like a moment perhaps the Gorillas getting some traction and immediately retched back away as Slothy and the Batmobile find pay dirt.
I mean, that's just a zinger of a shot, too, right about 60 miles an hour coming in there. So, I mean, not enough time for them to react. And you know what? Kickoff plays, we know that they can have a lot of success here, especially in the lower divisions. And, that was just, a very well-orchestrated kickoff goal. Now, let's see if they have the wherewithal to get themselves back in the series.
Hastings Crimson up by 3, feeling confident, in control, wanting to just continue to work forward. Ball off the sidewall here as the Gorillas rocking forward. Chromosome waiting his own wing. Soft touch, pushing it midfield. Got 2 teammates there as Slothy has enough of a touch to have it. He's got 2 on his nose already, trying to find perhaps a hat trick here. Frequently Jones, the only goal scored. Most of the shots seeing sit from the Gorillas. That one dissuaded by a defender. And now back at midfield, another shot, but this one saved as Chromosome and a teammate make the pinch touch. Credit there for the man in the Octane. Now going back the other way, has the flip, but doesn't have the angle.
I mean, that was a great little passage of play there for Gorillas, and I think that's going to really give them some confidence going forward. Nice little set play that they got going on. They're starting to find the range on these shots to forcing saves out of Hastings Crimson, and this might be, game 1 going to Hastings Crimson. I don't want to jinx them right out the gate here, but Gorillas are starting to look a little bit better here.
Well, 100 seconds left, and you're still up by 3. It certainly is mostly on Hastings' side as they just want to continue to pour it on, find possession, and keep the Gorillas on the back foot. It's now a 50 past midfield. Freeman Jones looking for a teammate here. The only thing he's going to find is a defender, a demo opening the door perhaps. There's a diving. Give me some, unable to get there. Now another touch off the sidewall. He's got a teammate running in front of him. Frequently Jones slowing it down. Slothy wanting to find the soft touch, but getting too soft a touch. He ends up leaving it behind.
That's a weird little carry going in there from Frequently Jones. We'll like to see him maybe pop it up just a little bit, just probably the resources going in there. But that's a loose ball right in the center of the pitch, and nobody gets on the back of it.
Getting on the front of it is what both these teams want to do, and I'm just really wondering who can step up and find an answer for the Gorillas. Is Slothy and company. They've built a lead and are now, they're not resting on the laurels, so just kind of parrying any offensive push that the Gorillas start to make. It's Bloody Combat waiting on the goal line here. A big clear from none other than Slothy, who has come into their own here in the middle of game number 1. And now with just under half a minute left, another shot being turned away by this Hastings defense.
I mean, this is just a measure of control here. Possession game for Hastings. They know they've got this game pretty much wrapped up. Now it's all about preserving the hat-trick lead. Nice little kiss off the background. Looking for getting some. He looks for the shot. There's the consolation goal.
Well, don't say consolation goal. 2 goals down, 18 seconds. I've seen more with less. The Gorillas going to have to make something spectacular perhaps happen here, but Slothy and company starting to sweat.
I like it. I like it. Never say die attitude, and you love to see that, especially here in the lower divisions. Sometimes you can get boomed a little bit. Nice little touch off the ball. That's going to set the ball up in the middle. Looking for a shot going in. No. But it's still creating pressure. 10 seconds left on the clock here. Aerial 50 whiffed on. And now we're going to see that midfield game start to step up. Is there going to be one more goal for the Gorillas? Well, there's going to be in the last minute if there is.
Well, the ball finally hits the ground here. My heart's in my throat right now because that was a pass to the midfield from a defender with 15 seconds left to almost put them within 1. And the offensive player who's in 2, he wasn't ready. He wasn't expecting that to happen, and that opens the door. And so Hastings able to survive, really, and advance, getting a 1-0 lead. But the Gorillas, you saw a pulse of life come from them and kind of step back up in the closing moments of game number 1.
Well, that is a little bit weird coming in here from them. And I tell you what, this is going to be, how do they come back from this deficit? And I want to see what kind of resolve they have here for this next matchup. We'll see if they're able to bring it back or if they're going to go down 2-0 here. Hastings looking like they had really good control throughout the entirety of that game. Just a couple of missteps here and there. So game number 2 is really going to be about how Hastings are able to bring it back.
I'm going to be honest, Chef. I am having a fun time enjoying the metaphysical commentary I'm getting sometimes from you, man. But I really want to see if the Gorillas can have an answer, if they can step up, if they can answer the challenge, because it was at the midfield where they started to lose the game, but it was not challenges. It wasn't boost control. It wasn't lack of an idea. It was transition plays that put them behind. So they now need to find a way to make things happen and not open the door for their opponents.
Well, I mean, getting early pressure. I think the midfield game has got to be stepped up here and not giving up early opportunities and not over-rotating to some of these challenged balls. They don't need to collapse at the thought of a shot coming in. They don't need to triple commit into these. I think if they have a little bit more discipline going into these challenges, make sure that they have somebody back in rotation, I think that's going to be really a key to how they deal with the pressure coming from Hastings.
Well, you need to be careful here if you're on the Gorillas side. Having 2 players on the defense is never a good spot to be in if you're in the same spot. Chromosome, quick turn here, able to sway that touch for now. Now Slothy was a big scorer in game 1. It's a beautiful pass midfield, but Aster can't find it. Still more pressure from the Gorillas as they're in the offensive third for the first time in this game. Turned away, though, for the moment. Slothy, back into the corner we go. Kind of a dance. A jaunter, perhaps, moving around, keeping this ball in this position, but neither team are really in control. Jostling, trading as Chromosome sees an open net. He's going to try and find it and sees the moment off the backboard, though, as it's turned away by the Gorillas diving to keep it.
I just want to call him Mintberry Crunch right now from South Park because Chromosome Crunch is quite the fun name. But, I mean, that's a nice little carry in. Looking for the double tap. No joy there. The fourth man saving Gorillas there. That was a well set up set play coming in from Crimson. And I tell you what, Gorillas, so far, they have not relinquished a goal here in the first minute and a half.
Well, they're doing what they need to do and not falling down early. But now past midfield, it's going to be another touch to Slothy. Slothy, that is so much car to work with. A beautiful flick up and over. 2 defenders are up here. If they can find an offensive push, they might have a goal. But no possession means no quick answer. Another 50 towards the backboard, but it's turned away. Slothy 50ing beautifully at midfield. He's got Chromosome. That's going to be a shot. It's going to tuck right under the bar. 1-0 here for Hastings.
What a touch from Slothy there off of the little touch there in the side. Just gets up in that aerial 50 and just gets the nice aerial pinch. Goes down, perfectly set for Chromosome Crunch, and that's the 1-0 lead 2 minutes in.
Just about a minute 59 off of the scorecard here. 181, now 180 seconds left to be played in game 2. As you have Hastings Crimson up 1-0 in the series and the game. And that's a fake, trying to get Slothy out of the way, but playing it slow. And low is the way to go here, Chef. It's bloody. Looking for Slothy. Slothy can't find it, but that's an awkward touch, pushing it back towards the Gorillas in. That's now a miss, and the door blown open here by 2 misplays, but a third miss this time on the offensive end. So teams swinging for the fence, but just more swinging for air back and forth.
Well, that's a nice little centered ball there. Nobody on the end of it, but there is a touch there coming in from the members of the Gorillas. So they weather that little storm there of missed touches, and they are no worse for the wear coming out on the other end of it. We've crossed halftime here in game number 2. Nice little carry coming in from Chromosome Crunch. They don't get the joy off the end of it. So I think, maybe going for a little bit of style points rather than substance. And that's a slow worm burner. Gets turned away at the end, but it still pulled some resources out from Hastings, and now they're looking in the offensive end.
I like the idea for Chromosome 1 to find a Doomsday off the backboard, but the ball just gets away from them there. Now a double commit. That's going to be 2 players finding the shot. Now can you make a second save? Aster, are you kidding me? That Octane might be 2 stories tall. Frequency Jones putting it back midfield. Now a turnaround. Slothy putting it up high, trying to find a second touch, but it gets away from them. Bloody needs to be the man to find the angle. He's now got it, and Slothy wanted the redirect, but instead it's just a controlling touch to keep the offense on.
I like that touch coming from Aster out of the backfield there, going into the corner, looking for somebody in front, setting it up. What a
my
save
goodness,
coming through
Slothy.
from Slothy. What the heck?
So that was just a little bit of splash and hands off there, trying to confuse the goalkeeper, but Slothy sees through the smoke and the mirrors. That could be another answer. Now going back the other way. Transitional play for the Gorillas, but they can't get it to follow through. Chromosome watching perhaps here as the castle still holds somehow. That is all 3 orange cars up. Slothy has a teammate off to his left. He's going to block the ball here, but Aster, save your medal on that car.
Oh, my word. I mean, that is about as close as you can get to equalizing the game. Shot on goal. They get up. They get
Double.
the save. Slothy again.
Slothy again, perhaps we'd say it on the offensive side, but no, turned away by this strong defensive showing from the Gorillas. Chromosome keeping it low. Aster caught beat there. Now another save from Frequently Jones. That's the second Savior medal that I have seen on this Gorillas side, but the Savior medal is tarnished if there is no goal, no lead, no victory to hold on to at the end of the day. And so Hastings Crimson trying to push forward here and maybe find a second goal to build on their lead.
Well, that's a good shot. That's a good redirect. Oh, my Lord. Slothy just couldn't get the redirect. The trigonometry was off there. Demo is going to put them a little bit behind here, trying to get the equalizer here in the last 5 seconds. Chromosome Crunch going forward with the aerial. That's going to be a save. Is it going in? No! Just off to the right-hand side. And Hastings holds on to the 1-0 lead. Good Lord. That was as close as you can be. And I mean, we're looking at 3 shots going up against 12. And they weather the storm. So good Lord, that is what you want to see.
Can we just talk about how Chromosome had 8 shots?
Yep.
I mean, like, are you kidding me? 8 alone for a team is pretty difficult to do, but 8 on a player having just an insane offensive output. Now you have Hastings 2-0 in the series, looking to possibly step up and go 3-0 and try and make a sweep happen, where, again, you see the Gorillas have an answer. This time they don't go down early. They find a way to make it work. They keep it close, but unfortunately giving up that 1 goal was just too big of a lead to take over.
Well, I mean, we'll see how they come out here in game number 3, my friend, because that was a lot better out of the Gorillas. They really did step up their pressure. They were really able to withstand the onslaught of offense. And now we're going to see, are they able to turn what they did here in game number 2 into a game victory and take us to a game number 4?
Well, it all starts with a kickoff. The game, the series. Honestly, in the comeback, you have to be confident in it. And I loved the confidence we saw from Aster with a last 50. That wasn't a team that was falling down and saying, oh, we're going to be down 2-0. Aster was shooting for the Moon. Unfortunately didn't hit, but landing amongst the stars perhaps is now. Chromezone wants to find a second there. Now this could be off of the post again. Gimme some, got some there, and now the ball waiting at midfield. A pass midfield, Acer there to turn it away. Hastings wanting to find something here, but the Gorillas putting more offensive pressure on. This could be the golden moment. Frequently, Jones finding the back of the net.
I mean, finally, it has paid off for them. The defensive stalwart Pittsburgh State Gorillas have finally gotten themselves a lead here. Let's see how they do as front runner. We know the Hastings have been a very good front running team, so now they're going to put all the onus on them to play catch up. And frequently Jones getting in the back.
Happening?
Let's go!
What just happened?
Frequently
All right.
He locked him up. He locked him up. Look at that. He locked him up.
That's a bumper car situation. All right, I wish I could replay it. The kickoff happens, Slothy pushes forward and then hits his teammate because he's bumped into it, and then him boosting through his teammate hits his third teammate, which clears the path, and now the Gorillas have a 2-0 lead, and it's not even been 40 seconds yet, and the Hastings Crimson, who has not been down a goal in this series, found themselves down by 2.
I mean, the other thing is that we saw 3 goals coming in the first game, in the first minute. So, I mean, you're looking to see Gorillas kind of equalize that and see what they got. Nice little bounce pass, nice little touch, little flick, important touch coming out from Chromezone Crunch there, right about halfway into their defensive third. So now we're going to see the carry coming in from Chromezone Crunch.
Reset.
Looking for a play. Oh, my word. Had the flip reset almost on lock, but just gets a little touch there. Nice little background. Nice little finish. There's the hat-trick lead.
So Caught is the last man back here. Bloody Combat being aggressive on the push. I don't mind it here, but no control means no help. And frequently Jones has been unearthed. A second one here. He went post to crossbar in game 1, kind of hushed in game 2, but now has come alive. And so have the Gorillas. Up 3 big ones right now in game number 3.
They are not giving up, and this is what you love to see. I mean, they really did take it on the chin there in game number 1. Game number 2, a whole heck of a lot closer. Now, game number 3, they are coming into their own here, Foof, and this is what I want to see, my friend. I want to see the battle back. I want to see the heart, the passion you're seeing on the screen right now.
I want to know if Hastings has an answer, because they have looked really good when in front. But as the clock started to wind down, they felt more and more comfortable. Now you can't be comfortable in this one, as they had an answer perhaps. Could be opening the door. And so instead of the early shot, it turns back into a pass. The 1-2-1 is the math they need to find a goal.
I love it. I love that little setup right there. It's just like a setter in volleyball. You get the perfect no rotation pass, and then you bury it down with a kill. Near post. Love it. Love it from Hastings. That's a great answer back.
Hastings starting to knock on that door, but Slothy turned away by a demo. And now Eastern Company having to start sweating the defensive side. Another touch here. Finnick trying to keep it up. He's got Slothy off the respawn, but that's a double commit on the offensive side. Frequently Jones now needs a slow play. No boost in that octane, but trying to just seem larger and more intimidating. Slother looking for a teammate, but no cigar there, as the Gorillas still defending a 2-goal lead.
Oh, man. I mean, Gimme Some has really turned it up here. And I think Acer has also been a real big key to why we see Gorillas up here in the lead. Yeah, frequently Jones has gotten a couple of goals here, but I think it's been the rotational play coming out from Gorillas here. Midfield, you're looking at kickoffs. You're looking at all the X's and O's here of a Rocket League match, and they're starting to win in the macro game. Maybe some of the micro transactions that are going on here in game are going the way of Crimson, but in the bigger sense, I think Gorillas have really figured out how to stymie this offense, and there's going to be a shot on goal. Nice turn away.
You always play better when you have a lead, and they have found themselves with a 3-goal lead at one point in this game. It's now only down to a 2. Chromezone Crunch and company just need to find an answer, be it midfield plays, be it transitional touches, be it just spreading the field out. But right now, you talk about it, the Gorillas, they're in a fortunate situation. They're taking full advantage of it and holding on for dear life. Woo! Is Crunch gonna find a second here off the dish from Sloppy?
I mean, you love it, and we'll see. We'll see, because I want to see how do now react to this, because Gorillas, they had a 3-goal lead at one point, and it's been whittled away. It's taken some time. It's taken some finesse coming from Hastings, but right now it's a 1-goal lead. We got a minute 40 on the clock here, and I want to see. I think a goal right here will do the Gorillas a world of good, and there it is.
bit of pandemonium coming off the backboard here as Bloody unable to control a backboard pass means there's two players, neither of which accurately defend the near post corner. And so the Gorillas take the easy shot, they find the easy goal, they make it 4-2.
Well, that's the goal that I think that they really needed. I think the first 3 goals, yes, those are impressive. But I think this one, answering back to the 2-goal run here from Hastings, it's going to get them back into this positive mindset they have brought into game number 3. And now it's going to come down to, I think we're going to see Hastings really throwing themselves at the goal, especially since we're sub 90 seconds here, Foof. This is all going to be about control and game management for the Gorillas.
Well, by my math, they have 3 to 4 good chances left. It takes about 20 to position yourself on offense, and that's starting to whittle away. But we've seen this offense strike in opportune moments. That's a bump to clear it out, but no real follow-up means no real threat. As we crest the minute mark remaining in game number 3 off of their own backboard here, Aster wants to find it, but again, he's just a small bit off. Now, give me some. The last bastion here, going to put it midfield. That could open the door. Frequently, Jones can't find the touch. It's a 2v1 on the side of the Gorillas. They want to find some control, but another double commit opens the door. Here's Hastings throwing a bit too much at the kitchen sink as they have so much time left, but starting to sweat.
I mean, Sweaty Rocket League leads to some issues. Now, traffic in front of the goal. You'll love to see them really pushing in here and trying to put the Gorillas under duress, but they don't get it. Now they're going to be open to a counterattack. This is all about management now. 10 seconds per goal for them to get themselves equal. Game number 3.
Touch.
That's a good touch. Triple. Oof. That was the opportunity for them to get back into it.
It was, but it was all read by every single Gorillas players. They physically built a wall of cars in their net. Now a chance, perhaps, for the Gorillas to turn this series around as it falls back to earth. It is now impossible. Maybe only a goal for the road, but the Gorillas will not be swept. They will not let Week 5 end for them. They will push on into a Game 4.
I mean, this is a great answer back now. Gorillas bringing themselves back from the brink. And now they have had the opportunity to get themselves in here. So we'll see. We'll see what they are able to do now. And this has been exactly what I was hoping that they would do. They would find some confidence in game number 2, only losing it by 1 goal. They really cleaned up their defensive act. They cleaned up their rotations, when there was a counterattack coming. And they started really going into their challenges a lot more definitively. So I think that's what really has led to them getting out the gate fast. And, getting the kickoff goal, getting the first goal from Frequently Jones. I mean, that one was one of the best. We'll see.
I think, at any point in time you find yourself with a 3-goal advantage, you're going to feel really confident. And then when you score in what I call a meme-tacular way, you laugh it off, but now you find yourself more advantageous of a situation, whereas if you've given up that goal and you are already down, then that mountain just gets even higher. But now we're at a moment where Hastings, coming off of their first loss in this series, and the Gorillas, flip side, coming off their first win, but they have to be perfect from here or out on the scorecard. Not in game, but perfect on the scorecard to try and win this series.
I mean, the reverse sweep starts here, and with a demo right out the gate, you're going to have a nice little look at goal. Nobody on the end of it, though, and they're going to have an open... Okay. Thank you frequently for rotating back and not giving up the open net situation there.
Frequently Jones turned away. Give me some. Trying to find the pass midfield, but Aster is instead turned away. Winning a 50 here in the corner. That's a dangerous position on the defensive side with all 3 players pushed up so aggressively. Give me some. Finnick back on their own in ready control. It got it past 1. Can't get it past Slothy, though, as he kind of pokes that car in to push it away, much like a basketball steal.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a nice little touch. I akin this to a little bit of a body check, a floor check. Just pushing the ball harmlessly off to the side, allowing your teammates to rotate around, get yourself out of the defensive harm zone. And now we're going to see Acer up on the back wall here, looking for somebody in the front. Nice touch coming up from Chromosome.
Just read beautifully coming off of the backboard here. And I think it's been the difference maker for Hastings. They've had a bit more solid defensively on their backboard, and the Gorillas haven't been able to take advantage of it because of that pesky defense. But again, it didn't really rely on defensive plays from them, as they were able to find goals in awkward moments, good transitional plays, and get a lead. But neither team having that just yet. Bit of a stalemate right now. I feel like it's the Wild West, the gunslingers. Both are waiting for the 12 o'clock bell to hit.
Well, high noon will come soon, and we'll see who is going to land the killing blow there.
It's high
nice
noon
pinch!
All right, Chromosome, just do that, I guess. Just win through. Takes it under, controlling it so beautifully. Taking car, twisting it under the ball, not losing control by hitting a tire, but the spoiler itself and keeping it above the ground. That is poetry in motion. It is a goal for Hastings Crimson, which is the answer they needed.
Well, I mean, they are very good front runners, so we'll see what kind of an answer Gorillas has here. I think they need to score in about the next 45 seconds to a minute to give themselves that impetus to go for it. And we'll see how Gorillas deal with this pressure coming in now. You're going to see Hastings really ratchet up the pressure here as we approach halftime already here in game number 4. This has been back and forth action, Foof, and I really want to see. The midfield game's got to be huge, and that's a great demo.
Big demo, but we need to see something come from it. Right now, it's just been pressure back the other way. That's the Gorillas poised to make a play, but Bloody Combat shutting it down off the ceiling. Crunch in control here, wants to pop it up. He got it over the defender, but getting hit himself. That's going to be a dunk coming through, but it's off the post from Slothy. He was such a big winner on plays like that in the first couple of games. That was the slowdown from Frequently Jones, and Sloth, are you kidding me? Diving to make a save, keeping it a 1-goal advantage. The offense pouring out from the Gorillas, but filling in the cracks is this Hastings defense, and Aster and Frequently Jones with the pinch to score.
What a series of events there for the Gorillas. And look at that, just the 50 going in completely. You were completely invested in that 50. That's why you get the goal. That's why you get the pinch there. That's why we're equal now. 1-1, 2:14 left on the clock here. Game number 4. And I said, you know, they need to come in within a minute. What a save! Once again, that was so close to being a go-ahead goal. And now the demo on the back of it, that's going to give them a lot of pressure going forward.
It opens the door. Maybe a window or something, perhaps, with the Gorillas. Posturing a bit aggressively. Slothy finds the pinch angle, but turned away by Gimme Some. And the defense has now something to build upon here, Chef. We see these Savior medals coming out, and they have an offense to defend that's not on right now. They need a second touch, and that one's cleared away for the moment. And that's such an aggressive push. I love the idea, but a bit too much excitement on that one is now the ball rolling back towards you. Need to find a save here. Slothy doing just that, and just under 90 ticks left here in game number 4, and a match point situation if Hastings can find it.
Oh, what a touch there from Frequently Jones. There was 2 trailing there behind Bloody Combat, and they actually get the demo as well, and they miss the midfield boost there. They get it stolen out from underneath them. Nice little waterfall shot coming in. No joy there. Crimson Crunch, right place, right time. Now we'll see what kind of a turn the Gorillas can make here. They need to get some pressure here in the corner. That's a great pop-up.
Big pop-up, but no payoff again. All flash, no substance. Who can find the mark? And it might be the Gorillas as their offense beginning to just formulate some kind of pressure, and it's just awkward. Ooh. It's this kind of weird push, amoebic almost at times, is now turned away by this strong Hastings Crimson defense. Play off the sidewall here. Another push coming through, but not a lot of control. That's going to be a shot going underneath. Bar down. Chrome Zone finds it again.
Wow. Once again, talking about going into these challenges full bore. Well, that is a perfect example. And just a screamer of a shot going in, just kissing underneath the bar there. 1-goal lead, 30 seconds left.
Now an opportunity arising, perhaps, for the Gorillas. The gauntlet thrown down. Ball firmly in their court and their half here, Cap. And, Chef, I need something to happen. They have to find an answer as the Gorillas pushing it towards perhaps a precipice. Slothy getting a savior medal of their own. That's the most defense we've seen out of this Hastings team off of one player. Now, nothing but time and perhaps a series left to be decided. Slothy can't find the touch, but that might not matter. A demo keeping it up in the air for now. Aster needs to push it forward, but that's too far. They just want to let this drop, and will. So Hastings collecting on that one, a 3-1 victory off of the back of Chromosome Crunch and Slothy. Beautiful performances there in Game 4.
That was impressive coming from them. So we'll see how they're going to be able to rebound from this. They do go to 1-4 in the season now, and Hastings are now going to be sitting on 3-1. And we don't. Once again, we don't know.
3-1.
Yeah, we don't know.
3-2, 4-1.
We don't know know. We don't
Somewhere.
know. But I know they're going to be at least above 500, and I think that's a good place to really end that on. But I tell you what, Slothy, got to give my MVP medal to here for the day, all over the pitch, having a wonderful all pitch match.
I gotta challenge that.
Oh.
I gotta challenge that. I think Slothy was good, but I don't think they do it without Chrome. I think Crunch was the man of the match. 8 shots in game 2, Jeff. 8 shots.
But only,
that was the hot hand.
But only 1 goal.
But 8 shots, that's the pressure, Chef. That's the pressure.
It's pressure, but I mean, does it lead to anything? Slothy was more impactful.
And they won!
With shots. I'm
they
just saying.
won!
I'm just saying, we gotta box you up. I'm a boxer.
Oh, man. Well, argumentative here. MVP medal split down the line. It's like the broken one, like has like the pieces. They'll have to put it together in like a friendship bracelet or something. But no matter what, Week 5 NECC Rocket League still has more to come through. I'm Foof. This is Chef Billy. We're going to be taking a quick break, and after that, we'll be back with more action. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the NECC Week 5 action. My name is Foof. To my left, to your right, is Chicksa RL. Chicksa, welcome aboard. Got some excitement here. Hopefully going to have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to always be in the collegiate Rocket League scene. It's my first time on NECC, but I've certainly been around Rocket League a very long time at this point. I'm also kind of delayed, so I apologize for that. I promise I am not crazy, even though I feel crazy. But I am very excited for both Rogers State University and the University of Houston to be playing today.
It's going to be a fun one. You know, we're fighting the temporal space demons known as VMix, and so, you know, sometimes the goblins get the best of everyone. But looking at both of these teams, what I like about this Red Cat fight is that both of these teams are trying to either stay at or get above 500, whereas UH Premier, they are below it. They're 1-3. They're trying to fight their way back up to get closer to that 500 mark. And then RSU Red, they are 2-2. They want to step up and be above and breach that 500 mark and kind of continue turning that season forward.
Yeah, I think these teams have so much potential. This is really anybody's game at this point. We're not talking about a team that's way ahead of this series or a team that has no hope left. You're right. At this point of the season, either or could really get to that 50 mark they're looking for. And I think that's the step they have to take. Take one game at a time and just put your best foot forward.
Well, looking at RSU Red, trying to see what trio they're bringing in here, I really want to see, because they're coming off of a 3-1 victory. I'm wondering if they're going to bring that same crew back or not, because, you know, you've got the win, you've got the vibes, you hopefully have the momentum rolling forward, whereas the other team, they're coming off of a 3-0, a sweep against them, against UAA White. And so, you know, it's a real big test of one team having momentum and the other, it's all against them. And so it's a week-by-week game. It's a week-by-week basis. But, you know, you have to think about it. Rolling back, it feels good to come off of a win.
Absolutely. And I think it's interesting to note that both of these teams' losses have only been sweeps. If they're losing hard. And if they win, and if they win, it's 3-1, 3-1, or 3-0.
So a sweep is what I'm hearing, right? You're calling a sweep? Is that the...
In either direction, that's what it just seems to go. If one of them loses, and it's bound that one of them have to lose today, you know?
Well, I guess the Red Cat giveth and the Red Cat taketh, but both teams on the pitch, a best of 5 to be played out for us. And RSU Red, don't be fooled by the name, they're in the blue, and UH Premier, they are in the orange, and finding the ball early is Jake to make him go up by 1.
Wow, what an early goal. We're talking about 19 seconds in, and already we find our first blood. That's a good start for RSU Rocket League, or Red in particular. I didn't know what to expect. I think I expected that kind of feeler out game in game 1, but that's nowhere what we've seen, I guess, to start this game off.
Well, the only thing they felt out was the back of the net, and it's exactly what you draw up if you are RSU Red. And UH Mir, they're reeling right now. They're still in the fence. It's a bump opening up the door, but slammed shut by the strong defense. But still, the offense still pushing forward. Benito, 50'd haul there by none other than Paul Blart. A pass out to midfield, but it's too far away to be effectively followed up.
Ooh, straight down towards the ground. Tons of 50ing in this midfield. One team just trying to find possession of this ball, really get that opportunity they need to extend their offensive pressure. It looks like Rogers State University will be doing just that, having a majority of this possession and a ball control. But again, contested early on, and a lot of midfield play is really leaving this game wide open and lackluster in terms of shooting.
Well, you lackluster, but Benito finding another, and the Hellcats strike pay dirt for the second time.
Wow. You know what? That's what a caster curse is right there. All the time. You say
Ask
one
you shall
thing.
Receive.
Exactly. And Rogers State University is certainly riding that momentum that you had mentioned last week, winning a 3-1, and now it looks like they're starting off trying to do that same exact thing today. 2 goals early. Who knows what'll happen as the game will continue on. But we'll see if University of Houston can find a way to answer back a little bit.
Well, Benito and company have all the offense, a lot of the pressure, and all of the goals in this series so far. Fry pushing forward here. Ballard wanted to get to this, but no. Instead, it's up to Jake. Wanted to find a pass, selfing himself up off of the top shelf, but no. Goal to be found off of that one. Fry pushing it back towards his own net to Jake. And now Benito, quick start here. He wants to find a backboard touch, but no boost means no bueno, and that's back into the corner we go. University of Houston still on the defensive third. They have almost been trapped in for over half of the game at this point.
Absolutely. They are not given any space or time really on this ball. Maybe a runaway play here. Talon off the corner looking to send something midfield. Really doesn't get the force on that ball he needs. This one's off the backboard. Follow up here. Just missed by the third man of Houston, and they come up short on their offensive opportunity. Some more pressure on the transition for Rogers State University. It looks like they'll be in that orange half yet again, doing so well, at least keeping Houston on their toes. This one off the post and bouncing out off the backboard again. Just can't squeak this in the net, but at least the pressure is there, and Rogers State certainly holding on to their dominance.
Right now, the Cougars, they're just all on top of each other on this defensive front. They need to find some space, socially distance a little bit on the defensive side, guys. No triple commits, but living on the razor's edge, they haven't given up a third. The Hellcats poised to find more poise on the offensive side. Benito opting to back off, just letting this ball roll forward, killing more of the clock. But an awkward possession here means an opportunity arising. Jake cut under as UH starting to perhaps build an offensive push of their own off the backboard here, but no real follow-up here as Eric thought he had something, but it's turned away by this strong defense of the Hellcats.
Huge clear upfield for Rogers State University. They'll look to get a shutoff as well. Saved at the last second by Talon, and upfield brought by Houston, looking to capitalize on transition, but instead Fry just manages to get this ball. Benito trying to get it more towards the center of the field. It seems like every single time Houston gets upfield, Rogers State University has that answer to bring it back upfield, relieve that space, and give themselves another opportunity to attack Fry. Trying to do something crazy. Talon gets past the defense, but it isn't in a good place to shoot. Flip reset looking here, but will not fall through. 30 seconds left. Houston doesn't have much more time to try to get really into this game.
Well, Fry and company just want to close this one out. Almost a choke hold at midfield. Just trying to push and pull, keep it away from UH Premier. Talon has had so many decent touches, but not a lot coming afterwards as he's either a lone player, kind of like a spotty Wi-Fi at a cafe, just kind of disconnected on the offensive end are the Cougars as Jake pushing it forward. Another shot. This one going to be credited as such. 2-1, and it's going to be a 2-0 victory here for Rogers State University to step 1-0.
I said this game would maybe go off in a sweep, and I can kind of see that happening for Rogers State University. Yeah. They had 2 out on the shot count difference. They just had a lot of time to really be in that offensive end. I think this game really swayed in their favor way more than we may think.
It kind of opens the door for, you talk about a sweep, but I think it opens the door for something a little bit more special here, Chixa. Dare I say it puts us on the stage perhaps for a reverse sweep, a sweep of a kind. But going back the opposite way, right now Rogers State University, they are in control. They've had a pair of good offensive pushes, but you see the cracks in their defense. Talon has exposed them 3 distinct times in their transitional play. That dominance finding the mark, just not finding the shots or the passes to kind of flower outward from those opportunities.
Yeah, I don't know how Houston is really going to get this back in their favor. I just feel like we haven't seen much of them yet in this game 1 to kind of predict what they're going to do in game 2. I hope that they can adapt, really rise to the occasion against Rogers State University. Maybe fight fire with fire at this point. Bring them some demos or bumps. We haven't seen that yet. Lots of potential for them to really change up their game and find that first goal. We need some sort of way for them to score, and once I see it, maybe that'll just be their recipe for success.
I think they see it. They have the recipe. They just need the right ingredients and the right amount. As that is the one filling up. Paul Blart pulling the cake out. 1-0 for UH Premier.
Wow. You know, they say started off strong. Both Game 1 and Game 2 goals within really the first 20 seconds. That's how you make your statement. If someone wants to get back in this game, Houston wants to get back in. They're starting off very early on, but the answer is there for Rogers State. Right off kickoff, yet again, a great touch over one, and the follow-up even that much better.
Anything a Hillcat can do, I guess he can find, or anything a Cougar can do, a Hillcat can do in return. As Rogers State University wipe a little bit of blood out of their mouths and say, all right, and equal it up here within 30 seconds. So both teams above that 30 seconds mark, fine first bloods, have scored either way. I think at this point the dams might have been broken.
Possibly. Who knows? Only time will really tell what's going to happen in this game, and I'm excited to see as it continues to unfold. I had a feeling that Rogers State would just be the dominant force, but Houston, of course, starting off as they did, gives me hope, gives me potential for them to make and continue to make those changes. But as for Benito, he's been keeping this Rogers State team on the offensive side of the field. Same with Jake and the rest of the squad, and they will look to get a shot off here off the backboard and bouncing around Talon with the clear. And for now, Houston just with enough space to be upfield.
And Talon off of the Dominus, perhaps doing a little more comfortable in the Cloud9 now. Octane, so switching teams and switching cards. Maybe, switching both, getting some good juju perhaps. As Benito setting it back midfield. Jake, though, retreating, not wanting to push too harshly. And now this one going to be credited for a center, but turns away by this RSU defense. Backboard presence is a must, as both of these teams want to use it on the offensive side. Just over 180 seconds left, and now you have the Hillcats poised once again on the outside of this goalie's box. As we got a little bit of a quarter cam for a second there.
I know, all I saw was a demo on the top right corner, and that's all I knew that happened, but all good, all good. We didn't miss a goal or anything like that. Exactly. You know, these maps, they're just so pretty, am I right? Anyways.
I feel like that could be like it's not there, not in the corner. We'll find it perhaps, but now just over the midway point. Fry wanting to find another off of the backboard. The tire just a bit too high up. Now in retaliatory strikes is this Cougar squad. Jake shutting it down for now. Benito, the last man back, wins a gigantic 50. A pass back down. Paul Blart wanting to slow it. Fry instead kicking it back up into fifth gear. Pass midfield, going to lead his teammate and lead him to the promised land. Benito getting it to 2-1.
I love Rogers State passes. They are so good at finding each other on the field, and you cannot drop down that ball any better on Benito's car. That's really the picture-perfect pass in the execution as well on the shot. Rogers State University, I think, definitely has the lead potential. They have that kind of dominating of force. I see it out of them. I see that chemistry there. And for now, Houston just seems and continuing a little bit jumbled, a little bit crazy, a little bit chaotic, but it's working out in some aspects at times, but it isn't very consistent. In these series, consistency always tends to be the leader, be ahead, and really drive how the series scores.
Wait a minute! Talon finds it off. You talk about consistency. That's something you never expect to see. Fry with an errant touch, and Talon in the perfect place at the with a perfectly drawn duck, by the way, to make it happen. 2-2 here with 98 left.
Wow.
Wow.
Thought? I mean,
Talon.
I don't want to say caster curse again, but I mean, like, come on. What's happening on this field? Those touches certainly penalize every single mistake. No. Oh, what?
Eric winning the game, just playing a little bit of pinball there. Fry in reverse, Jake getting caught on the ball side, and then just a force from the man, the myth, the legend, Paul Blart. Eric finds a way, and the Cougars up 3-2.
I'm
My head.
astounded. I am beyond. I appreciate our in unison what. I'm glad we both had that same initial reaction. I got a little bit of a kick out of it. Enjoyed that. Very much so. But what I'm more enjoying is Houston's up by 1. Houston, we got a problem because they're up by 1 right now. And
I don't think they have a problem. They don't have a
problem.
problem. They have a solution, Jigsaw. And right now, it is called chaos in the court as Paul Blart putting another shot on, getting more pressure. And it's almost this amoeba-like offense that you and I know it. It shouldn't be working, but it is just confusion, pandemonium, disarray, and they are thriving in the chaos. RSU trying to flip the field here. Talon just going to slow it back into the corner. Now more pressure arising, another touch midfield. Talon, though, clearing it out. The diving Jake just a hair's breadth away from equalizing.
Fry, good control, trying to find Benito here, but a little bit too late, and Jake back corner needs to collect this one instead. Doesn't do much of a job for it, but Fry able to continue at last force here for Rogers State University. This is their last chance, last opportunity off the backboard. They're
That's the
looking.
guy you want.
Benito,
Oh my
the
God,
shot on target. We find the 0-second goal to give us our overtime.
They find their player. Benito finds the backboard. The Hillcats find a tie. 3-3. The clock now counting upwards off of this kickoff. Golden goal territory. RSU up 1 in the series. UH trying to equalize. Benito, though, credited with a shot early, but that's not how this game ends just yet.
Eric looking off the corner, seems to lose this ball, but Talon able to keep it in that Rogers State half. A 50 keeps the ball centered. Jake needs a good touch, and he does indeed find it, but Fry not with the follow-up, and Houston still has this ball up on the Rogers State side of the field. Fry off the side while looking forward, cannot find it. A little bit of a double commit, but it will be clear for now. Benito out of boost, and it just seems like the wheels in some parts have fallen off the bus for Rogers State. They definitely look bothered, disjointed, surprised, but sometimes you can still prevail. A block here, racing, but the miss! It's a miss! It's a save! It's still good! We're okay! We're alright, right? Right?
The wheels of the bus have fallen off. Everything's on the ground. We just have metal being pushed along with a paddle at this point. And both teams have devolved into a bare knuckle fistfight of was once a very I'm just in shock right now. Wait. As RSU looking to find an answer here, but they can't get it to fall again. A triple commit now. It is all up to this shot from Talon. He pushes it wide. That's off the crossbar. What's going on now? Going back the other way. Fry leading the run here. It could be a mad dash back. 100 seconds taken off here. Pushing forward. Benito scores.
How did Houston not score? I told you, Houston, we have a problem, people.
And it's
you
Davis
need
Benito.
to finish the score. You need to finish those shots. And on the side of Benito, I mean, heck of a game. 4 goals. I'm pretty sure all 4 of them
All
coming
6.
from Benito. All 6 shots as well coming from Benito. I mean, what else can you say? It is all him. He carried that game. He backpacked it. You said it.
You look at the hand that both of these teams were dealt, and it's just oops, all Benito here on the side of RSU, and they are riding the hot hand. They are just taking full advantage of it, and I am in awe of the performance we have witnessed so far. And after 2 games, my prediction still stands true. We have set ourselves up for a possible reverse sweep, but a sweep still stands on the scorecard, perhaps, if RSU can close it out.
You know what? I think Benito's just going to carry this backpack on more.
He's got we were talking about this in pre-production. He's got it on. You know, he's got cup holders back there. He's got the in-flight
MVP,
movies. He's got the Wi-Fi. It's just...
everyone go into Benito's car because he's the one that everyone likes, the popular kid on the block, and maybe he'll start off this game number 3 with a little bit more. Let's remind, this is a best of 5, so at this point, Rogers State University is on match point, but we'll see. Houston, they have their problems, but they've also had their successes. So I'm just ready for whoever scores first. And how we're going to see it coming because it's off the post, but bounces on in. We're good. It's
all right.
It's
all right.
on this time.
All right. Talon called bank, and then it didn't go in. He's like, no, I called bank, and then banks on it going off of his Octane to push it through. See the Blue Phoenix. See the goal here for the Cougars. And the Octane working a bit more here for Talon, as that is now 2, I think, goals for them in that car instead of the Dominus. And so maybe switching to it before game 2 might have been a bit more favorable. But once again, the Cougars in front and feeling confident.
I hope so. You know?
Okay, not just me. It's not just me?
Not just me.
Okay. I'm picturing a game of Rocket League. I'm really focusing on a game of Rocket League. I can hear the sounds, folks. I haven't heard a goal yet. I still think UH Premier is in front.
Telepathic. Can I read the players? Is Benito about to score? Does he have possession of the ball?
You can bet on it.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Benito is like the high percentage play. Now, we gotta ask, is Jake stealing it again? Are we seeing a double commit on UH's side? I don't know. But as we try and get the feedback up, we're gonna catch back up in the game. But Chicksa, this is the rare moment where after the absolute, hysteria, that's the best word to describe what game 2 was, you and I get a chance to breathe.
Yeah, I'm not used to talking in the middle of a match without seeing it, you know? This is uncharted territory.
It's all
for me in the
speculative now.
booth. I
You
know,
get to,
right?
we got, all right.
Oh.
That's
Who
an
has it?
important question.
I'm waiting for his nameplate so I can.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Jake.
He has the assist.
It wasn't Benito.
No.
What?
I guess.
Impossible. Fry he traded controls with Benito, obviously.
Obviously. 1,010%.
Well, hopefully. We are exercising the goblins from the code here. Getting everything back on track as another 50 finds its way just above the midway point here. And we talked about it, Rogers State University perhaps floating at the edge of, they are on match point, but floating on the edge of a sweep. Whereas the Cougars, they need to win here and they need to win now, and then they have to be perfect on the scorecard for the rest of the way.
Perfect is a difficult ask with their very chaotic nature of play. I would not predict consistency of 3 straight game wins in a row, but you know what? You just never know. We never know. And Jake, who would have seen it coming off the backboard and perfectly placed on target? What a way to follow up that play from Fry. And Rogers State University may just continue their momentum, their sweet potential. And right now they're looking very, very strong. This one saved at the last second by Talon, but still dangerous nonetheless.
Well, you know, this is a statement game to you and I, as Fry and Jake both have scored. And you know who's been kept off of the scorecard on the offensive end? One Benito. And perhaps not for long, as Talon has to dive in just sporadically and dissuade that offense push. Paul Blart pressing it backwards and Fry taking advantage of it. We saw Talon do it in game 2 against them, but this time taking advantage of the disarray in front of the net.
You know, this is what I like to see, though. Depth out of teams. We talk so much Benito, Benito, Benito. But the fact is, it isn't just Benito on this roster. Fry and Jake are there, and they can make the impact. Yes, there's not 3 of them. Unfortunately, as fun as it would be to figure out which one's which, it's nice to see that the depth is there, that they're having that impact on the game. But what a shot by Talon! Crossbar and down. Houston is not out of this game just yet.
Octane buff, get away from the Dominus. You heard it here first. This Talon again rising to the occasion, perhaps like a phoenix from the ashes of the first 2 losses, pulling them back within a hair's breadth, 1 goal down, and just over 80 seconds left to be played in game number 3. Now Houston in control, wanting to be in control of their own destiny in this series, trying to find an answer as they push another one off the backboard.
Eric Appleson, a demo in net, leaves it pretty wide open. Fry able to get that challenge, almost a little late, but just enough to get a piece of that ball. Huge clear up field though. Fry is last back, will take his time. A really difficult bounce, just able to find himself in front of it, in front of that net. Paul Blart looking to center it, but still no center for Houston. This one way too far right to find itself center again. Houston just can't seem to set themselves up for this goal. And because of it, they may be spending extended time in the Rogers State half, but they're really not getting any shots out of it.
Well, it's just trying to build a house of cards in a hurricane right now. As that's a pass midfield. Talon has been the flag bearer for UH, but being on the ball, I mean, you have to be passing it off. Eric winning a 50 here. There's no one back, but getting there so quickly is none other than Benito. Perhaps the last gasp here for the Cougars. That's past 1, but not past 2. Talon trying to push midfield. That's going to be a shot. Jake, though, reading it perfectly. A pass once again midfield, and it falls down. And Rogers State University, they survive. That's the best way to put it. 3-0 here for the Hillcats.
Did I say it would follow their trend?
Somebody had to do
it. Sweep it is. You know, you got to pat yourself on the back as a caster when you're actually correct, because we're always correct. No, we're not. But anyways.
Unless you're not. Simple math. 100% of the time, 90% of the time, you're right. So.
But good game out of Rogers State. It's nice to see they do get above the 50% mark.
Do.
3-2 now on the field series-wise. And as for University of Houston, falling to 1-4, I think their season a little bit more on the shaky end, of course. But any experience on the field is good experience, and hopefully they can continue to learn from it.
Well, this was a learning experience for sure, Chicksa, as both teams had waves of momentum. They had opportunities, but you talked about it a few times. It was the consistency that we saw of the Hillcats, able to right the ship, even in those moments of just turmoil and questioning, you know, who's going to lead us if Benito can't score every goal? And then you see, like, Fry and Jake rising from themselves and making it happen in Game 3 to just kind of push them over the edge and can secure that 3-0.
Yeah, they really played the entire field, and not to mention had the dominance and ball possession for a majority of the game. I'm sure if we looked at some sort of heat map, you'd suspect to see Rogers State University
mostly on one side.
Yeah, exactly. So with those offensive opportunities, that aggression, chances are you are going to win those games because you just have that many more chances.
Well, you only have a certain amount of chances throughout a series, and even less so throughout a season. And now we are down to one last chance of Week 5, as we still have another game lined up after this one. I'm Boop, that's Chicksa. We've got a little bit more after a small break, so we'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NECC Week 5. I'm still Poop, that's still Chicksa, and it's still more Rocket League action. We've got a battle of New Mexico brewing here. We've got the Aggies of New Mexico State University coming in at 2-2, going up against the Miners of New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology, who are currently sitting at 0-2 off of a bye week and a no report so far. And so, a little bit of lack of information on that side. I am curious, perhaps, what we can see from this NMD team.
Yeah, I've never been to New Mexico. Don't know if I'll ever visit, but maybe this is a great showing of what New Mexico has to offer, right? Am I right?
It's the best of the best.
Exactly, maybe. I mean, looking, at their majors, I was just, doing a little free time date. They have a broad range of biology and engineering,
very
and
intelligent,
kinesiology. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, at least. So I guess New Mexico has a lot to offer in the terms of majors.
Well, it's about having a lot to offer, not only as a school, but perhaps as a player on the pitch as well. And so, a small talk about both these teams' record. Taking a look at NMT here. Pair of juniors coming in, Flux, Koopas Moo, and JDRF the fourth, all together here. Two juniors and a sophomore. You talk about the brilliance of majors: a mechanical engineer, a math major, and electrical engineering. That's too much math for me on one screen. I'm visibly getting sick, actually. I can't.
As a fellow mechanical engineering graduate, I appreciate it. I really like to see it. I think esports and engineering can
go hand in hand.
Exactly. Why don't we take a look at the other side of the field at New Mexico State University and see who they have to offer. It's going to be Karuma, Cold Ramen, and Electric, Psychology, Cybersecurity, Accounting. Love to see it. Even more differences, but this time 2 freshmen and a senior. Who could be farther apart in terms of graduating than that?
I feel like the cybersecurity, psychology, and accounting, but this looks like a perfect crime heist group right here. You got the guy who's thinking about what to do, they got the hacker, and they've got the money guy all together. So now the question is of the heist itself, of the series. They are 2-2. They are at that 500 mark, and already kicking off here, wanting to know if they can step forward and make a stand. Now, I have to say, Chicksa, I have a running history with NMSU Crimson. I wrongfully called them my champions last semester on stream. Had a beautiful piece of artwork I drew on a whiteboard and got to cover them earlier this year and was given some trouble about it. But the Battle of New Mexico, one way or another, New Mexico wins and loses. So, net 0.
I also will note, I don't know if it's phycology or psychology. The way it's spelled, phycology is the study of algae. So I don't know if there's some sort of bio. So I don't want to disrupt
they're a super
whatever
villain.
They're doing. So just in case, I'm gonna cover my bases. Just like when I mess up names, I don't know which either or. But if anyone's in chat or anybody knows, feel free to make our minds made up. Confirm or deny. Again, Caster's always 100% right, in which I covered both my 100%.
90% of the time, 100% of the time. As right now, this is more akin to what we expect in a game 1 in this first kind of minute and a half. Just a feeling out process of back and forth, a trading of prodding jabs, per se, in the fight as these teams looking to see what strengths and weaknesses they have at this game 1.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe. Who knows? Shot does come in a little bit late, but no, a goal to start off the field on this here for Pismo, who is, I will note, a keyboard and mouse player. This is fun fact. So, maybe representing the underrepresented. You just never know. Never know. And this one will go from one end to the other and on in from Call Me Flux. So it looks like the likes of NMT will be the first to win.
All right. Don't call it a slip here, as we have NMT red in the blue UMW Crimson in the orange. Not living up to the name, unfortunately. But yes, Flux believing in aliens. Also believing in the power of one, and that is the score right now. Zakuti. Pass on the back here, trying to find something here, but all he finds is a transition back the opposite way. The Miners in control. Now, and I want to put a caveat on this, okay? The School of Mining and Technological, and there are the Miners. Like, how cool is that? Like, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Pretty neat. Pretty neat is that shot from Nate Boss to tie up this game for New Mexico State University. That one could not be better. Slotted between two defenders and the third at the end. He beats the entire roster of New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology. It's a mouthful.
Comes off edge. It is, if you have to go the whole list. I feel like imagine giving like a speech or something at it, and I would use the abbreviation 10 times out of 10. But yes, the dish served up beautifully. A 1-2-1 is the way to go. And the Aggies find an equalizer here just above that 2-minute mark. And so now, resting at midfield, both teams kind of having a chance to score, but I feel like the equilibrium hasn't been set. Cold Ramen finding that one off the double tap. 2-1.
Just shivering at the fact of eating cold noodles.
Delicious, crunchy.
You know, pasta salad exists. I get it, but it's ramen, you know? He just puts that little bit of nervousness of his opponents. And you know what? He almost does it again. Last second save by Call Me Flux. Security coming through with the shot. This one saved. Follow up here. Slots on in. Saved again. Cold Ramen up. Puts it on down and in. And you know what? The Ramen striking again.
You know those old cartoons where someone's juggling something and just keep getting things thrown at them and they keep surviving? That one was the bowling ball that ends up breaking the back there. And NFSU, the Aggies, up by 2, finding their third goal. 108 seconds left in game number 1.
You know, based purely off of record, I would assume that NMSU would have the upper hand this game, being 2-2 against an 0-2, an opponent who has yet to win yet. I mean, I guess one isn't reported, so we don't really know if they did end up winning that game. But still, it just seems like NMSU has the better team, the better roster, the better record, and so far the better mechanics, but that doesn't have much to say. Because you know what? Sometimes the game just doesn't go your way, and we've certainly seen that thus far today as well.
Well, rocking and rolling right now is the team in red, or orange, should I say, as they're up by a pair and looking to hold on to this lead. Cole Ramen wanting to extend it. Already has 2 off of the back of 4 shots, trying for that hat trick. A pass down low, but turned away high. It's just awkward pacing there. Turns to just more possessive touches.
Flux taking his time. Can't get it on top of his car. Dreadful Monk will, but gets it taken off of his car. And Kabutsmu, I'm going to mess that up a ton, manages to just stall it in the corner. Gets a nice clear out and up the field as well. An MT with a little bit of space, but not for long. Nate Boss off the backboard. Follow up here for Cold Ramen. He'll get the hat-trick. 3 goals this game, and it strikes again.
Who else but Ramen finding the far post this time and just signing off onto an already stellar performance, putting the hat on top of that car and the team on their back. 21 seconds left in game 1.
Wow. I think this game 1 is pretty much over at this point in time. 3-goal lead for NMSU. I mean, that's pretty comfortable, if I'd say so myself. I think they stapled their game 1 win pretty well. Even after losing that very first goal, came back 4 unanswered goals at that, and has enough momentum, I think, to lead them into game 2.
I'd be worried if you didn't have momentum coming after a game like that. Yeah, rolling forward, Acuity sitting on the back with only 22 touches, but both players on top, Cold Ramen and Nate, having 5 and 4 shots. That's 11 total on the offensive side here for the Aggies. They've got pressure, they've got aggression, and they have a lead now in this series.
Yeah, 11-2 the shot count in that game. Quick maths for the split second I got to see it, but it's nice to see that that difference shows how the score difference is as well. Wow, 4-1 to game one. I really think NMSU has that momentum and has, again, another sweep potential tonight.
Well, you called it earlier. I'm going to put your stake on it here. You're calling possibly another sweep, so it's written down. It is on the napkin of truth, so we shall see at the end of the day. But all that really matters is how you respond. And this is to both teams. You're coming off of a 3-goal victory. If you are the Aggies, you're feeling good. You've got momentum. You need to roll forward. But if you are coming off of a loss where you scored first, you had first blood, you gave up 4 in a row, now how do you respond? Can you make a defensive stand? Can you find an aggressive push at midfield? Can you perhaps find another early goal to get back on pace?
I think that's exactly what they have to do. It's always good to get your team back in that mental headspace that it is still possible to win. When you start going down goal after goal, sometimes you just give up your game. But NNT, looking to start off strong early, gets 2 back-to-back shots. That's as many shots as they had all of last game, already within the first couple seconds. It's a good look, it's good opportunity, and hopefully NMT can make the changes to adapt against this NMSU roster.
I mean, okay, Dreadful Monkey got the old 9-iron out and just chipped it from his own end.
I mean, I did say they had to make the changes, and who better to slot that top right corner? You cannot squeeze that ball in any more perfectly. Really great job by NMT to again get first blood. Now they have to hold on to it, and I think that's going to be the harder task for them.
They don't need to get scored 4 times in a row. That's going to be important. And so you have now set the table to, again, find early aggression. Cash it in. You need to do it again and again and again. It's the Aggies, you know. Texas Pete, he's got his guns ready. He's ready to make something roll. This Ramen had 3 last game, looking for 1 perhaps early, but that is going to be a backboard touch instead. Dreadful Monkey in control here, but pass off the backboard once again here for the Aggies. Playing slow and steady and in control, poised on this offensive third, but not wanting to overstep, just wanting to move the defense around.
Nate Boss taking his time, has a ton of boost, looks for help for his teammate, but it's just chaotic.
Not the help he wanted.
In the corner. Yeah, no help.
More physical support, less emotional.
That communication so vital when playing Rocket League, and I think a little bit disjointed on that play. Hopefully both teams back in the headspace to get things going, since just like our last series, it's been very chaotic on this field.
Well, you know, Utopia calls not until, oh my goodness, wow, this is Forbidden Temple. It is a Friday night. I'm so excited for that, by the way, but Forbidden Temple right now having some pretty interesting Rocket League played on it, as we've seen opportunities. The backboard, you saw it just for a moment, it was open, but slammed shut by the defense. And Nate, hello, there are defenders there. I was talking.
What a transition for Nate, and the fact that he gets back to this ball is really, really difficult to do, but it's a great job to follow up on the play. Good upfield, quick turnaround. It's within seconds that we see that ball go from one end to the other. And NMSU really takes advantage of that quickness, catches NMT off, and just like that, it's a tied game. It's halfway almost through game number 2, and we're looking like to see a similar trend like game number 1. NMSU out for blood with those demos. Certainly, you can tell the tension's picking up, and the shots as well are coming in.
Well, it was just a small whiff on the shot. If that shot had come through originally, it was going to be pass shot demo, nothing but net. And unfortunately, they couldn't get it to fall. But this time, though, saved by Dreadful Monkey. No, it's not enough as Nate Boss credited with it at the end of the day. And the save, not enough as it goes off the post and in.
I think originally that first touch saved, but the second one he gets on his card keeps it in that goal line and just barely bouncing. So NMSU does it again. They gain a lead after going down by 1. Maybe that's their secret to success. NMT, you need to let NMSU score first, and then you could do the same thing. Am I right? Maybe that's just how the game goes. They're better from behind.
It's first blood curse. It's just a curse in this series. So it's just simple understanding of the meta right now for the Aggies, as they just let their opponents woefully and unintuitively just take the first blood and simply fall victim to its prey time and time again. But I feel like I've seen this one before, Chicksa, where you have a team get a lead and then immediately give up retaliatory strikes now with another opportunity, but Acuity. No boost means no goal, and they are wishing they had saved some earlier, as that was an open net as an open could be, and now just pandemonium erupting in front of the net. Turned away by Kogasman. Now he wants to find a shot towards that corner, but that corner pocket doesn't fall through. Wait a minute. What? That's in.
Really floats on in. I think unexpectedly is the correct term for it.
That's a granny shot, right?
Nate Boss needs to be sitting back post on that play. He creeps up to midfield and cannot collect and control his car to save that ball. That's just over-eager and not having the patience on the goal line to stand still and wait for that clear. It's a mistake for sure, and it's going to cost NMSU a goal. But I was going to say, NMT, oftentimes teams get complacent once they get a lead. They just want to turtle, sit back, let their opponent, but I don't really see that at NNT. I think they just struggle for, again, that consistency that we keep mentioning tonight.
Well, as consistency can be. Cold Ramen answering the call, and I thought we were about to see like a needle worth of ball staying away, as that is another one coming off the left-hand post and being unsavable.
NMSU slowly gaining their lead back. 45 seconds is not much time left in this game. Number 2 NMT, though, off to an early start-off kickoff. Cutie able to get that at least somewhat away, and a double commit leads into a pinch and then upfield, and Cold Ramen looking but just not connecting with that ball. Would have been a really sweet goal, but instead denied, and possibly 1 or 2 more opportunities for NMT. This one is just safely, not safely on the goal line. Very dangerous play and catch, but NMSU able to get it upfield and looks maybe for 1 more, but at least to get the time down to 0 for game 2.
Well, the Aggies living on dangerous footwork here as they gave up and gave chances to the Miners to stay in and stay relevant. But again, Nate Boss and Cold Ramen having 5 and 4 shots, 9 combined again for the second straight game. Chicksa makes this offense almost impossibly potent, and I just worry for the Miners, because if Acuity steps up, now you can get back to those 10+ shots from this team.
Yeah, I think it's just hard to be against such an aggressive team like NMSU. They continue to just put on shot after shot, make plays, and they connect with one another. Again, we have another attacking force in the fact of MVP like Cold Ramen. He's almost always been a really essential player up field for NMSU, and then the other 2 just kind of come in where needed, but they've also stepped up at times, which makes this team a really triple threat. I just haven't seen out of NMT that same kind of star, or at least someone leading the field as they should.
No real flag bearer, you're right. And so when it is more of a team effort and it's not a star player, you have to all be on the same page. You can't have one running a go route and the other running screens. You got to have everyone working as a well-oiled machine, as a cohesive unit, or else the wheels fall off, and man, it gets rough. And right now, it doesn't get much rougher than being down 2-0 against an Aggie team that is rolling. They have found a way to come back from being down in 2 games, back-to-back.
Yep. They just fight and keep on fighting, and when we think they haven't fought anymore, they still are. It's just that impressive, the length of which NMSU has gone this series so far. And here's another pass just off target from Cold Ramen to Nate Boss, but that team actually, Cold Ramen, Nate Boss, Cutie, being all freshmen. So this is a really young team, and I think a team with tons of potential down the road.
Well, again, though, Cold Ramen opting not to score on that one, wanting to give up goal here, number one, as they've won two straight, possibly hunting for a third. They gave up the first goal. Dreadful Monkey with a back pass here, but finding nothing but opposing players. A backboard play, going to have a demo open it up, but it goes way too far to the left. Nate Boss keeping it back into the mix. Another beautiful touch. That's a setup, but a save again by Karisumu, who keeps it out to midfield. And Dreadful Monkey and company dancing on the defensive end right now, and they are still under siege. That one going low, but another save by Flux, and this defense bending but not breaking.
Yeah, the other side of the field, a team of all juniors instead is what they're playing. So two very different levels, ages, all that respect, and still these shots have all been saved off target. Contested, this one off the sidewall, follow up here, 50 stays to the left, it won't go in just yet, backflip, 50, we're smoke screen, but the ball will pop on out, and NMT looking to go from one end now to the other with potential, just breathing sighs of relief, because somehow they didn't manage to get scored on again.
Well, I'm not going to say living on the razor's edge. They're tap dancing on it, unprotected, and they have made it so far as Nate Boss and company kicking themselves after time and time and time again on the off zone. They haven't had it follow through. Flux, backboard play here, but Nate Boss shuts it down. He doesn't find a second toucher. That falls dangerously. That could be an opportunity for NMT. Now the second player coming through, and again, a left post save is turned away.
I gotta say, all of these shots have gone in today, somehow bouncing off of a post and on in. What more tension? How more dangerous can you get? How are we supposed to predict
more danger
if it goes on in or not? You know, it bounces off every single post, and then it's in front of the net. Oh, okay. Well, there's my panic. That's why I'm not a pro. This is why I no longer play collegiate. But all good.
But you have to remember, we've seen this movie before. NMT has a lead, 1-0 here at halftime. And the Aggies, poised like a viper, ready to strike, looking to find a retaliatory goal as Ramen slows it down, almost playing it perfectly. Flux credited with a save, now following up Acuity with a double commit, almost had the answer to break through. But the Miners keep afloat here right now with a 1-goal lead.
Quick turn, this one's open. Flux trying to get off the corner. Bounces on out the clear for an MSU. Not just there yet. This one bouncing in front of net. Acuity, not the biggest save. This one for Cold Ramen is. We'll send it to the opposite end. Gets a nice 50, pops on out. Is there any boost on the field? Not much in the tank of Acuity, who manages to at least get in the corner for NMSU. Center here, Kokusamu able to send it all the way to the off, and then now we're in midfield, coming, reset, replay. We'll see.
Redo?
One goal for NMT, just still holding on.
Well, right now trying to see which team can perhaps find an answer. NMT, they've been in this spot so many times in this series, but they have watched their lead crumble away. They might be doing it again, and Cold Ramen has been deadly with laser beams of shot, but that time low and slow is the answer, and now make it 1-1.
Wow. Just when I thought NMT may hold on a little bit longer, they can't. They fall to the eerie cold noodle of Cold Ramen. And who knows?
The weirdly limp cold noodle, how dare it, come straight out of the fridge into their nightmares, as he had a hat trick in Game 1, was just a menace in Game 2, has the equalizer in Game 3. The Miners wanting to find one. That's going to be a long touch. Technically could have been a shot if it wasn't turned away, as it was on that board. Flux slowing it down, 15 hard there. Nate collecting on the free 50 points there for a save. Ramen and company. Ramen so far back, just poised in the catbird seat, wanting to find a pass from a teammate here.
Hey, boss, working the corner, getting bumped away for all his efforts. This one will float. Call me Flux. Able to send it upfield. Cutie, 50. Flux towards the back wall. Ramen there sends it nicely upfield and out of harm's way. Nate Boss, not much of a follow-up. I don't know if that touch is going to be beneficial either, but both of his teammates are back. Ramen up, nice shot, bar and off. This one just off for Nate Boss. And
wait a minute now. Nate Boss gonna put it over. He's got Acuity there. That's gonna be off the backboard. It could be the 1-2-1. Saved by Flux, slamming the door closed. And still the ball resting in the air. NMSU wanting to put it away, perhaps in regulation. Save again from Monkey, and the ball resting on the nose of that Octane Flux, going to clear it out. And so we go to OT, hanging at match point.
my eyes are like popping out of my head because I just wasn't expecting the 0-second goal in yet another game tonight. We saw one earlier that we weren't expecting. We almost saw it again.
It wasn't Benito, though.
No.
We don't have Benito in this one to do it, so unfortunately we didn't get it.
But we do have the spaghetti monster in terms of the ramen. Cold ramen
The cult
monster.
of the spaghetti monster makes an appearance. What a night.
Oh my.
Oh my, indeed. Is Kurisamu having to dodge a demo? Sigh of relief, but right now it's a sigh as the pressure is still on. A release valve has been touched with a long clear from the Miners. As the Aggies had to rotate back, they have all three players on this defensive side. Now trying to find an aggressive rotation. A 2v2 breaking out. Nate Boss pulling the trigger on that one. Flux was a little bit too far up. Acuity might have the one to go, and he's going to tuck it through. The golden goal when needed. That's goal one, and the most important of the series.
Isn't that the sweep? Isn't that done?
It is. It is. That's why it's the most important. Goal one coming from Acuity to put the team over the top and make it a 3-0.
Back-to-back sweeps
To
tonight.
back.
Man.
I meant wins.
And I predicted both of them, too.
You did.
Pats on them back.
Hats off.
They're going to come very, very delayed, but the pats are there. I promise. I'm going to have to wave delay, too, to say hi, but it's all good. It's all good. I'm hyped. I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty happy that the New Mexico State Brawl went in the way it did.
I can't say that the Aggies are probably just as happy. They are thrilled with that one. Having to make comeback victories and then having the wherewithal to close a series out against a quality opponent that might not have the quality record that you want to see, but they came for the test tonight, Dixon. They stepped up.
Yeah, I really think they did. I think both teams tonight that we saw really gave themselves the edge going into the end of the season. Now, again, the Aggies as well, 3-2, so they also crossed that 50% win series margin mark that we expected tonight, and I think that's really good that both these teams are taking their best foot forward going into the end of the season.
Well, feeling good, feeling confident is the most important part, and I gotta say, confidently, that was a heck of a way to end Week 5, a tantalizing overtime where I wish we could have gone to a couple more games, but a sweep nonetheless, and a closeout on this series, and a closeout on this week in NECC, not only Rocket League, but the league as a whole. Chixa, anything you want to say to the folks before we head off?
I don't know, I'm speed talking over there to the right of you.
I know. It's caught my eye way too many times. I'm not trying to look. I really like the time-lapse, Chicks.
I know, right? I mean, I don't like watching myself. I'm clearly very animated, but all good. You know what? What a night for me. First night at NECC. Has it gone smoothly? Absolutely not. Have I had a blast in the booth with you? Absolutely. So, amazing time. Thank you for riding this roller coaster with me. Because, man, it was a bumpy one. Tons of turns and twists. And I think I got a little sick, but it's all good. I survived. You know what? I survived. So, really, congrats to our two teams that did win tonight. You are really setting yourselves up. Good luck. Hopefully you have spring break. Relax. I know some teams do. And you know what? If you want to find me around the collegiate scene, casting a ton of Rocket League or possibly some other games, who knows? I'm around at Chicks_RL is my Twitter. You can find me tweeting all the time on that.
Well, I gotta say, beautifully put, and man, that is the fastest I think I've ever seen someone down a water bottle. But thank you guys so much for following us here at NECC. Make sure you drop the follow down below. You heard it, one of my wonderful co-caster here, Chicks. Go drop a follow to her. She's a beautiful person to listen to. I've enjoyed working with you. Finally, we talked about it in pre-production. 4 Discords, 4 different productions, and this has never happened. And I'm like,
Yep.
now it works. So now we got to do it today. So Pin's gone, but we've done it. NECC Week 5, book closed. It's Spoof, it's Chicks, it's you guys. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.